Hello, fledglings. Welcome in. How are you guys doing? Hello, Brisk. Hello, Plush Lord. How are you? I hope everyone's having a good day. What's up? We're back with some more Pokemon shiny hunting. Doesn't look like it. I always like to start with the card pulls before I forgore. So, oh, Togi. Oh, is my stupid Twitch redeem still not working properly? Hold on. I will get the Togi redeem in a second. I don't know why it's not working. I fixed my Twitch connection, and it's for some reason just saying that it doesn't recognize it. Why are my toggles not connected? Uh-oh. Why is it not working? Connect to Twitch. It's saying that it can't. Why won't it connect to Twitch? Ugh, God, Twitch makes me mad sometimes. It should be connected to Twitch. I fixed it yesterday, and it just says no. It says I'm valid for 60 more days. Connection status disconnected. Well, don't be disconnected, dude. God, Twitch makes me mad, guys. Fix it. All right, it says that it's connected. Let me try it. I'm sorry. I fixed this yesterday and it said that it worked. And it's being a brat. But how are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing all right. There he is. There's Tenshibi. Hi. Yes, this is the redeem for Plush Lord. Thank you. I'm sorry it wasn't working. And there's the head pat. Thank you, Brisk. Doing okay. Gonna boot up your Switch to try Cult of the Lamb. Ah, nice. Hope you have fun. Have fun. Have fun. So yeah. Technical scuff aside, as it always seems to pop up, we're gonna start with opening this card pack. My camera closed. We're gonna open this card pack, see what we get, and then we're gonna jump into some shiny hunting. So we got the Lucky Clefable pack. Rally luck, rally luck. Welcome in, Thundermane. Hope you're having a good day. What's up? How are you? Hope everything's going well. Let's get this thing. There we go. Well, kind of. There we go. All right, cards. Been watching more My Melody. Nice. How is it? Are you enjoying it? Oh, come on. There we go. He's a Clefable. All right, we got Ghastly off the bat. Oh, it's Esper! Let's go, it's Esper! The Eeper. Very cute. Salandit. A Fletchling. A Drapion. A Barbaracle. I think I already have this one. Another Naveen. Oh, and a Spritzy. Spritzy's cute. And a Bunnelby. And a Growing Energy. Ooh, wow. And Fancy Fire. There we go. Not the most amazing pack. Little underwhelming, I'll say. Uh-oh. This playlist has Undertale music. I'm gonna get in trouble. Undertale music always gets copyright claimed. But there we go. There's our card pack. One of them a little underwhelming, but last week we got a amazing pack, so can't complain, right? But yeah, let's jump into the shiny hunting. VTuber model is cute. Aw, thank you. Yes, it's my artist did a good job with it. All right, let's turn off the tablet before I forget. All right, starting off, we got a Gligar, not shiny, unfortunately. Could you imagine if we opened the pack and then immediately the first shiny we found was, or the first Pokemon we found was the shiny? Would have been incredible. Gligar and Trapinch MVP. Yeah, if they show up, they're MVP. Oh, ow, loud. If a shiny Gligar or Trapinch shows up, they'll be the MVP of the XD run, even though they weren't in the run itself. You have a few shinies in the mobile game, the mobile card game. Nice. Which ones? That's the TCG Pocket, right? Ah, Munchlax. Gonna be like that this early, huh? Okay. Another thing I was thinking. Oh, jeez. Hello. There we go. I don't know why it likes to eat my mouse for some reason. My mouse cursor just disappears. I was thinking, I found this the other day. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it shrank. Hold on. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna remake it, I guess. I found this Pokemon favorite type for each region picker. I thought it'd be kind of fun to do that on the side while we shiny hunt. So let's drop this down here. Make it a little smaller. There we go. Actually, we'll just make it like 2 columns tall at a time. So hopefully that's big enough that we can view, but let me see how it looks. Okay, you can't quite see what the options are, but I guess I can scroll it. Eevee's the main one, you remember? Really need to open the app to make sure. Ah, yeah, I never played TCG Pocket. I've got too many I've got too many like daily games that I have to play. Which is 2. I've got Genshin and I've got Fae, and that's already too much, so I avoid more like daily mobile games, but that is cool. I've heard people generally like TCG Pocket. Alright, there's another Gligar. Right? That was a Gligar? I didn't just hallucinate that? Okay, yes, it was. Your classmates are always on there? Ah. Fun, fun. You wanted to sleep in, but your back hurts. Oh no, I'm sorry, Brisk. I got a little bit of sleep last night. I stayed up too late working on nonsense and playing Genshin. Mostly Genshin. Genshin made me mad. The Spiral Abyss is really stupid. I was trying to go for the 36 star, but I think I'm just gonna call it at 35. That last chamber is just really brutal. It's like, have Nefer and Lauma or perish. It's like, oh cool. Good design, dude. Make me mad. Get some sleep. No, it's fine, it's fine. I got more sleep than usual last night, actually. Normally I get like 4 hours or so. Today I got like 6, so not bad. But thank you for the concern. All right, so yeah, we're gonna do this, and to start off, we've got a normal type from Gen 1. Of course, it's the boring answer, but it's gotta be our boy Eevee. It's gotta be Eevee. Love Eevee. L-O-V-E, we love Eevee. Soft and fluffy, sweet and warm. You lovely Eevee. Eevee is god tier. No, I mean, it's just like an answer that like most people would pick Eevee probably. It's not the most unique answer, you know. Brandion. Ooh, you want... Wait, AMA? Brisk AMA? What do you mean? Also, I think that was a Sandshrew, right? You meant dress up? Are those the same amount of points? Is AMA the same amount of points? Oh, no. That's okay. I'll give you a 50-point discount on it. Go back to chat. There we go. No, it's okay. Hold on. I'll get the I'll get the Brandion dress up real quick. Did you want the Eevee hood or the Eevee ears? Eevee hood, okay. There we go. There we go. I am Ebui. Thank you. Thank you, Brisk. Oh, thank you guys. Head pats for Brandion. Alright, so next is Fire type. Who's my favorite Gen 1 Fire type? Oh, it's Booster, obviously. Normally on these I try not to double up, but the answer is just so overwhelmingly Booster. If we didn't allow me to pick Flareon, it's Magmar. I really like Magmar. I think it's very underrated. I think it's a cool design, and I'm sad that everyone makes fun of Magmar, but I gotta give it to Booster. It's Booster. Similarly with Water, I mean, like, again, kind of boring answer, but it's just the first three are like, I might as well just put here. Let's get Saunders. There you go. I'm not the biggest Gen 1 fan in general, though, so, like, having all the Eevees there kind of makes sense, I think. That was a Trapinch, by the way. There was a plush you'd buy. Aw. Thank you. One of the characters in Cult of the Lamb is a deer. Nice. What's my favorite gen? My favorite gen... That depends. My answer is different if you're asking for the region itself, the Pokemon designs for that region, or the game. Based off region, like just the geography of the region, I'd probably say Sinnoh. Based off games, it's Unova. And based off regional decks, it's Alola. So depending on what you mean, it's 4, 5, or 7. And there's a Sandshrew. Let's get that guy. Here's his 3. 3 is also up there. Yeah. My like favorite games in order would be 5, 4, 3, 7. Hoenn is also phenomenal. Yeah, I'm gonna get Winds and Waves. Probably both, actually. Because I'm gonna get one copy for me and then the other copy for my mom. So we'll end up with both of them, and I'll play through both on my own time. Well, I'm gonna play one on stream for sure. But then the other one I'll probably play off stream. I was thinking I'll do like Winds and Waves week, the week it comes out, and I'll maybe try and stream every day that week. Try and get through the game before it gets spoiled for me by Twitter. And maybe if we finish one of the games before the week is up, I'll just start the other game on stream. We could do that. Let's see. What's my favorite grass type in Gen 1? Alright, so we got the Bulbasaur line, we got the Oddish line, we got Parasect, Victory Bell, Execute, and Tangela. Kind of boring, but I'm gonna say the Bulbasaur line, but I'm actually gonna pick Ivysaur. I like Ivysaur the most out of the Bulbasaur line. Partly because of Smash Bros, but I don't know. I think he just has a pretty nice middle ground of the two designs. There's another Sandshrew. This is one of the times I wish I had a second monitor so I could have the Pokemon picker on the side monitor. Definitely gonna watch that stream. Aw. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Winds and Waves. It's gonna be fun. I haven't been this cautiously optimistic about a Pokemon game since, like, Legends Arceus, I think. I did end up enjoying Legends ZA quite a lot, but I was not as optimistic about it as I was Winds and Waves. Seeing that they were delaying it by a year and not rushing it out this year did wonders for my faith in the project. I was just like, oh my god, maybe it'll be good. They're giving it time to cook. Let's go. And of course, you know, I'd love to have it now, but if they need more time to polish it, I'm fine with waiting. All right, Ice type next. Kanto does not have a ton of Ice types. We got Dugong, Cloyster, Jinx, Lapras, and Articuno. I love Cloyster. Cloyster is underrated. The Gen 5 Demon. I love Cloyster. I'm not gonna say what happens in the game in case you spoil it. Yeah, I've thought about playing Cult of the Lamb on stream at some point. I'd have to pick it up, but I think there's like a way to do like chat integration for that game too, so it could be fun for you guys. We'll look into it. We will look into it. This is Fighting type next. Huh, Gen 1 has more fighting types than I remembered. None of them are ones that I especially care about, though. Who do I like the most out of these? Also, that was a Trapinch. Let's go. Trapinch is goated. Oddly enough, I think for Gen 1 fighting types, I like Primeape the most. I've actually used it in a run of Leaf Green before. It did okay. It didn't do amazing, but I don't know. I liked Ash's Primeape in the anime, and I was sad they got rid of him. I was sad as a kid. All right, Poison type. Oh god, I forgot. Look how many freaking Poison types Kanto has. There's so many of them. Jeez. My favorite Gen 1 Poison type, though, I'm gonna pick something other than... It would be Haunter, but I'm gonna pick something besides Haunter because Haunter is my favorite ghost type as well. I kind of like Muck. Today isn't Monday, but in our hearts it could be Muck Monday, you know? Ooh, Gligar. Let's go, add it to the counter. Alright, ground type. Favorite ground type in Gen 1? I think Nidoking. Funny enough, as much as I've complained about Sandshrew in this shiny hunt, I do like Sandslash. I almost picked Sandslash. But it has the... It's just like a little underwhelming, you know? It needs a Mega or a third evolution or something. But design-wise, Sandslash is pretty good. I do like it. It is an interesting little guy. Alright, favorite flying in Gen 1. I actually do like Aerodactyl a lot, but I think... Ooh. gonna pick Butterfree. And there's a Gligar. Yeah, some of these are difficult because, again, like, technically I can just overlap and pick the same species if I want. There's no rule against that for this. But I generally prefer to get a little diversity in the types, you know? Favorite Psychic is Starmie. I like Starmie a lot. Favorite Bug type, I'm gonna pick... It's Butterfree again, but I could pick Venomoth for diversity, but I'll pick Butterfree again. I do like Butterfree. Favorite rock, I'm gonna pick Aerodactyl. Favorite ghost is Haunter. And dragon. We have so many options for our favorite dragon in Gen 1. So many options. Oh, Scyther. Scyther! Scyther sounds so silly. And there's another Trapinch. We've been getting lucky on the Trapinches so far, which is nice. I like the whole Dragonite line. I think I'm gonna go Dragonair, though. And then Dark. Those are not Dark types, dude. Oh my god. None of these are Dark types. That's literally a freaking ghost. That's not a Dark. Let's put the glitch Pokemon in. They don't actually exist, but we'll put them in the thing. Get out of my face. I'll put the substitute. If we counted, they should have put Alolan forms in Gen 1 because they are technically Gen 1 Pokemon. I get the logic of saving them for Gen 7, but they should have put the Alolan forms in here because I would have put Alolan Muck or Alolan Persian. Steel type. I mean, I get Magnemite or Magneton. I guess Magnemite. And then favorite fairy type. Ooh, I like Clefable. I could say Clefairy, but I like Clefable and Clefairy. Favorite starters, Eevee. Thank you. Let's go. Without Eevee, it would be Bulbasaur. Favorite gimmick form. Ooh. Got the Gigantamaxes and the Megas here. It's like between Clefairy, Dragonite, and Pikachu and Meowth. I'm gonna give it to Eevee, I think. Basic. I'm basic, I don't care. And there's another Gligar. Let's go. Favorite legend from Gen 1? Design-wise, it's Mew. In terms of how fun the Pokemon's name is to say, it's Zapdos. Which is the weirdest criteria you'll ever hear for favorite Pokemon. But in terms of the best Pokemon names to say, Zapdos is S tier. I can't explain it. I've always just loved saying Zapdos. It's a fun word. But it's gotta be Mew. And my favorite from Gen 1... it's gotta be Boster, you know? We love Booster. Love that little guy. Eevee never basic? Eevee's a little basic, you know? He's basic for a reason, though, and that's because he's a really cool design and gimmick. But he is a little basic. Alright, next we start Gen 2. Let's go. Favorite normal type from Gen 2. In the past, you would have picked... I would have picked... Togepi for this. Because Togepi used to be a normal type, but it's not a normal type anymore. It's classified as a fairy type. I think that would have been kind of cool is until Gen 6 classify Togepi as a normal type, but I get why to streamline it, but would have been interesting to classify it based off the original type when it released, you know? Who's my favorite normal type that is actually a normal type? There's a Munchlax, by the way. Gross. I think it's Smeargle. I also really like Girafarig and Apom on design, Dunsparce on design. And I like Furret because it's an overuse for real. And Noctowl is an owl, so I like it, but I love Smeargle. People hate Smeargle so much. Competitive players despise that thing. They think it's a demon, but I don't even care. Smeargle's a cool design. I love it. I've loved it since the first time I saw it. I was like, oh my god, what a cool design. I've had multiple shiny Smeargles over the years. The shinies I've had the most of are Ralts, Smeargle, and Togepi. I've had multiple of each. And there's another Sandshrew, okay. Favorite fire type in Gen 2? Ho-Oh's pretty cool, but I think I give it to Houndoom. I also almost pick Magby because Magby is baby Magmar, but it just doesn't have the aura that Magmar has. I love Magmar because of the anime episode where Magmar fought Charizard. And I thought that was so cool as a kid to see that Magmar was like this super strong Pokemon that like demolished Ash's team. And then Charizard eventually recognized it as a worthy rival. I thought that was so super sick as a kid, so I've always loved Magmar. I think it has insane aura that is untapped and underutilized. Alright, favorite water type in Gen 2? Gotta be Azumarill. Although... Oh, yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say, wait, would Azumarill fit better for Fairy? No. Togepi's going in Fairy, so... Favorite grass? Oh, we've got Hoppip, which is super effective against Hoppip, which is super effective against Hoppip. But it's Sunflora. I love Sunflora. Jumpluff would be number 2, but I love Sunflora, and I want it to get a Mega or an Evolution really bad. But second pick would be Hoppip. Well, it'd be Jumpluff, actually, but... Favorite electric in Gen 2? Oh, yes, slim pickings. Mareep. Not Flaffy, not Ampharos, Mareep. Mareep is a cute little thing. I mean, Flaffy's also cute. Ampharos looks a little doofy, in my opinion. It's not bad, but I don't like it as much as Flaffy or Ampharos. And there's another Munchlax. Get that thing out of my face. Alright, ice types. Ooh. Favorite ice type in Gen 2? Sneasel is cool. Piloswine is also very cool. That's a hard one. I think I like Piloswine a little more. It's very close between them. And it's hard to not factor in their evolutions into it. But the thing is, I like both their evolutions as well, so... That one's tricky. Another Sandshrew for the pile. Get him out of here, dude. Get these Sandshrews and this Munchlax out of my face. We gotta get rid of them. I know I said that earlier while we were picking the ground type. I said, I don't hate Sandshrew, but... Man, this shiny hunt makes me kinda hate Sandshrew. Alright, favorite fighting type in Gen 2. There's not a lot of options. I mean, it's gotta be Hitmontop. Hitmontop has aura when it spins on its head. When it stands there, it has a little aura, but it has way more aura when it's spinning. I think over the years, I've come around to the fact that they made it not balance on its head in its idle animation, because it looks really cool when it attacks, but when it's just wobbling back and forth, it doesn't look as cool. So I've kind of reluctantly come around on that, but... Ooh, we're almost to 1,200 Gligar, by the way. One more Gligar and we'll be at 1,200. Poison. Crobat, for sure. And then ground type. Ooh, Gen 2 has some good ground types. I actually like Steelix a lot. But Steelix or Quagsire? Quagsire's cute, but I like Steelix more, I think. Steelix is one of those Pokemon that I think is like kind of underrated, you know? Breaking news, the Sandshrew invasion has been rapidly increasing by the second during these shiny hunts. We're receiving reports of mass outbreaks of Sandshrew. What do you guys think of the the mass outbreak mechanic? Do you guys like it? Also, was that Gligar? I think that brings us to 1,200 Gligar. Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure that was a Gligar, but I'll clip it and check. Uh-oh. Hold on. Oh, shoot. Alright. It was a Gligar. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I like the mass outbreak mechanic, but I'm gonna get hate for this. Unpopular opinion, it was way more special when you had to go talk to an NPC or check the news to get the mass outbreak news. When you just open the map and see 50 mass outbreaks on the map, it's not special at all. Unpopular opinion, it lost its aura. I know it's more convenient, but I don't care. Also, that's a third Gligar. Let's go. Hi, Morph. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. What's up with the Pokopia farming? What are you farming? We're getting our shiny hunt in, and we're also doing a favorite Pokemon picker on the side. So I'm picking my favorite Pokemon from each type for each region, which is fun. Oh, by the way, here, if you guys want to do this as well, here's the link. I meant to put that in, but oh, what? Can I not paste links in my own chat? There you go. Yeah, if you guys want to do the picker as well, you can do that link. All right, favorite flying type. It's got to be Togetic. Again, if I did if I did no overlaps, I'd probably pick Jumpluff here. But it's got to be Togetic, right? Psychic. Favorite Psychic in Gen 2. Huh, there's less Psychics than I realized in Gen 2. I don't know, I thought there was a lot of Psychics. It's gotta be Elfie. Bug type. Ooh, Bug is interesting. I like Fortress, I like Scizor, and I like Shuckle. If I had to pick just one, though... We haven't picked Steel. I'll give it to Shuckle, I think. Hold on, let me double check Steel. Yeah, I'll put Scizor on Steel. There we go. That way I get both of them. I like both of them a lot. They're about roughly equal, so it makes sense not to play favorites. Even though that's literally what we're doing, is playing favorites. On Rock, ooh, I like Corsola a lot, but I gotta give it to T-Tar. T-Tar's goated, so you know, what can you do? You'll do that while you charge your Switch. You're having a lot of fun with Cult of the Lamb. Nice! Glad you're enjoying it. So you've got ZA, Assassin's Creed, and Cult of the Lamb. Are those the 3 games you have, or do you have anything else? Also, how's the background music? Is it too loud or too quiet? So far, those games. Gotcha. Munchlax. Ah, geez, we're almost to 400 Munchlax. Gross. All right. Oh, right. There's only one ghost in Gen 2. They said your choice is your favorite Pokemon. Your favorite ghost type in Gen 2 is Misdreavus. You do not have an option. All right. Same with Dragon type. You only get a choice of Kingdra. Thanks. Thanks, dude. Favorite dark type? Gotta be Umbreon. We love Umbo. And then fairy type, gotta be Toga. Actually, you know what? We'll do Togepi for fairy type. We'll do Togetic for flying because Togepi does not have the flying type. So there we go. We got all 3 of the Togis represented. I mean, we will once we get to Gen 4 for Togekiss. Favorite starter in Gen 2? Do I have to pick one? Do I have to pick one? I don't like any of these that much. I give it to Meganium because of Legend ZA. That's the interesting thing. If you asked me not counting Legend ZA, Meganium would be dead last. Factoring in Legend ZA, then Meganium shoots up to first of the group. It's amazing what not having every single gym having super effective against you will do for your reputation. The odds were stacked against Chikorita from the start. Yeah, I hope the volume is okay. I went to check the another code VODs yesterday, and the volume on the game was really low, and no one told me. It was super low. You could barely hear what the characters were saying. So confused on Gen 1 dark types. That's because Gen 1 doesn't actually have any dark types. They're all... We just got the worst message of all time. I'm gonna screen cap this. And we're gonna block this loser. I'm gonna show you what this horrifying message they just sent is. It's not horrifying in the sense I can't show it on stream, but... yeah, all the dark types on the Gen 1 are glitch Pokemon because Gen 1 doesn't actually have dark types. So they put the glitch Pokemon on there, which the glitch Pokemon are not dark types, so I don't know why they did that. Anyway, I banned this, but look at this stupid message I just got in chat that Automod caught. They want me to get AI viewers. Gross. Absolutely disgusting. Why would I want AI viewers? Why? What does that even do? The whole point of streaming to people is to sit there and be able to entertain with real people and chat with real people and stuff. Interact with real people. What do AI viewers even do for you? Nothing. Yeah, sometimes I just mute or like I time out people who just come into the chat and spam things like that. I just blocked that one. Get out of here. Disgusting. Anyway, let's add the Sandshrew to the list. And let's see, our favorite gimmick form from Gen 2. There's not a lot of options. I don't love any of them, to be honest. Gen 2's gimmick options, despite me liking, I like Steelix, but I've never used Mega Steelix. Mega Scizor, I always use regular Scizor. I guess on basis of which one I've actually used, it's Meganium. Design-wise, I do think Mega Scizor and Mega Steelix are very cool, though. And then favorite legend from Gen 2, I'd give it to Ho-Oh. And then favorite from Gen 2, it's gotta be Togi. It's gotta be Togi, you know? That's our boy. It's gotta be Togi. I could definitely make an argument for Togepi, though. But it's gotta be Togi. I should be thrown to the giant spiders. No, the spiders don't want anything to do with that. I can't believe you've got me defending spiders, of all things. Man, New Horizons and the absolute ability to just drain the life out of Animal Crossing. It's so sad. Remember going to the Shampoodle and getting your hair cut and having cute little interactions with Harriet, and then she was reduced to being Harvey's wife, I guess, maybe? They forced Harriet to be Hetslop. How dare they? That's got to be one of the weirdest sentences I've ever said on here. Choosing favorite fire type and favorite in Gen 1. I'm sorry. Who did you well, actually you could send it in like the server later if you'd like. I'll probably post it in the Pokemon channel or the stream stuff. I'm not sure. All right, Gen 3, let's start. Favorite normal in Gen 3. Ooh, there's a lot of them. Ooh. Also, I like they've got the non-canon shiny Kecleon here for Mystery Dungeon. That's funny. Gen 3 normal type. I actually like the Loudred line. I like Zigzagoon. Azurill looks really sad, but I gotta give it to Swablu. It's gotta be Swablu. Although, seeing cast form there reminds me, I really want to shiny hunt a cast form. I hope cast form is available in the wild in Winds and Waves. Please, please, please. I really want to shiny hunt one. It'll be so cool. I want a shiny cast form in a dust? In a dive ball. I don't know where dust ball came from. I want a shiny cast form in a dive ball with the Cloud Watcher mark. I think that would be super cool. All right. Next on the list is fire type from Gen 3, of which there's not many options, but I'll give it to Torsty the Torkoal, who took us forever to get. Favorite water type. There's a lot more of those. Too much water, right, guys? Gotta give it to Milotic. I love that thing. One of the first Pokemon I ever tried to shiny hunt, actually. I do want to do another shiny hunt for Milotic on stream. Do you guys pronounce it Milotic? Like a T-I-C-K? Like the gross little bug creatures? Or Milotic? I've heard it pronounced both ways, and I kind of go back and forth, but I always naturally pronounced it Tick. Yeah, exactly. I always pronounced it Milotic. But I've heard Milotic, and that sounds prettier, so I've started saying it that way sometimes, but I go back and forth. It's hard to beat your own programming, you know? Once you've decided it's said one way, it's hard to change it. All right, grass types. Oh, Gen 3 has good grass types, dude. All of these are great, but bias says it's gotta be Grovyle. Mystery Dungeon fans know what I'm talking about. It's gotta be Grovyle. Also, even in the anime, Grovyle just looks way cooler than Sceptile. Sceptile's like cool, but like Grovyle just has so much aura. It's one of the few middle stages that looks better than its final evolution, I think. All right, electric. There's not a lot of options. Give it to Plusle. I could say Minun, but yeah, we'll go Plusle. I didn't realize, yeah, Hoenn really doesn't have electric types, huh? The Gen 1 decks really did a lot of lifting for Hoenn's electric types. They limited the number of electric types in Hoenn. That's part of Big Water's agenda for the region. They were like, we're gonna flood it with water types and give you like no electric types. Big Water stays on top. Although there are a decent number of grass types to make up for it. Exactly, Morph. Exactly. Hoenn has too much water, so that much electricity would be dangerous. Hoenn has focused on other types. Yep. Alright, ice type. Ooh, favorite ice type in Hoenn. Hoenn's ice types are actually pretty good across the board. I'd say the weakest link is Gale, but I still to this day don't really know what they were going for with Gale. It's just kind of a thing that does not look like it evolves from Snorunt, but there's another Sandshrew. I'd give it to Regice. I actually really like Regice. I always liked crystals and stuff as a kid, so having this giant crystal golem, even though it's an ice type, not a rock type, it looked like a giant crystal, so I really liked it as a kid. Alright, favorite fighting type. I give it to Breloom, although Hariyama is also really cool. Yeah, I give it to Breloom. Oh, geez, go back. Oh, got that Jubilife. Favorite poison type? I'd say Roselia. Although Seviper's also kind of cool. All right, ground type. Oh, that's hard. Ground type is hard. If I pick Flygon, do you think Trapinch will show up? Also, hold on. I messed it up again. It's between Flygon and Nincada, I think. Bum bum dun dun da da dun. Okay, it was a Sandshrew. Cool. Add it to the list. Sandshrew. There we go. Alright, I'll give it to Flygon. Hoenn also has pretty good ground types as well, though. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense they'd have really good water and really good ground types, considering those are the two main conflicting forces. You think that Magma would specialize in fire because they're red, but no, Magma's supposed to specialize in ground types, but because it's Hoenn, they actually specialize in Poochyena. I don't know why they have so many freaking Poochyena on the villain teams, but that's most of what they've got. Alright, flying types in Hoenn. Ooh. Ooh. There's a lot of good ones there. Also, Trapinch, let's go. Hoenn has really good Pokemon, dude. I'm gonna give it to Altaria. When I think flying type Hoenn, Altaria is the first one that comes to mind, I think, so. Hard time choosing between him and Absol. Fair. Psychic, easy. Actually, not as easy as I thought. Ooh, hold on, wait. Actually... Okay, hold on. Favorite fairy type in Hoenn is Ralts. That lets me choose for Psychic. I'm gonna pick Deoxys. Even though I actually think of Ralts as more of a Psychic type than a fairy, I want to be able to also pick Deoxys, because I like Deoxys a lot. Hoenn had a lot of good legendaries, too. Alright, favorite bug type? For bug type, I'm going to pick Nincada, because I like Ninjask and I like Shedinja a lot. There we go. Nincada's a cool little guy. Alright, rock type. Favorite Hoenn rock type. I actually like Nosepass a lot. That's a weird one, but I like Nosepass. I think it's a cool little design. But do I like it more than Relicanth? That's a hard one. Also, I'm gonna get rid of that. There we go. Who do we vibe with more? Do we vibe with Nosepass or Relicanth more? I think I give the slightest of edges to Relicanth, but it's really close. I like Nosepass a lot. I think it's a very clever and cute design. Alright, favorite ghost type. It's Duskull, but all of Hoenn's ghost types are like goated. Hoenn has goated ghost types. And then favorite dragon type? It's gotta be Rayquaza. Basic answer, but it's gotta be Rayquaza. Like how when I think flying type Hoenn, it comes up Altaria. When I think dragon type Hoenn, I come up with Rayquaza. Hi Saito Taiga, welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Shiny hunting's going all right, actually. It's we're getting our encounters in, and on the side we're also doing a favorite Pokemon picker. So that's what we're working on while we do this, just to give me something to yap about while we go, you know. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day. What's up? Doing anything fun? All right, favorite dark in Hoenn. Ooh, yeah, Hoenn has good dark types too. Jeez. You know, I always say that I think the strongest regional dex is Alola. I think Alola's regional dex is incredibly strong. I think number 2 might be Hoenn. Hoenn might have the second best regional dex. It's really good. I'm having a lot of hard times with picking from these. Like, I love Gen 4's regional dex as well. But, like, looking at it objectively, like, half the dex is just Pokemon that evolve into or from Gen 4 or Gen 1 through 3 Pokemon. So it makes it feel like Gen 4 has a little less of its own unique identity. And it's something that I also kind of clown on Johto for, so I think it's only fair that I also clown on Sinnoh for it, so. Even though I do love Sinnoh's regional dex, you know, I can't say that it's the strongest on its own merit, you know. A lot of previous gens do heavy lifting for it. Alola is underrated. Pretty good. You're waiting for the next character on Heroes. Which character are you waiting on? What do you guys think of the Bride banner that got dropped last night? The teaser for it. I was super sleep through it. I was like, wow. Yeah, those are all female OCs. Thanks. Bride banner is usually one that I don't care that much for, though, so not that surprising. Ooh, Trapinch. Yeah, we've been getting nice numbers on the Trapinch and Gligar today, which is very, very nice. Very good. For Dark, I'm going to give the slightest of edges to Crawdaunt. I think Crawdaunt is really underrated and very cool, and very fun to use. It's like a very one-dimensional Pokemon, but Crawdaunt with just stab adaptability, and you just click knockoff and Aqua Jet and things, is very funny. Does he get Aqua Jet? I think he does. I'm trying to remember what my crab... I mean, I just took it off Smogon. I can just look it up. What was my Crawdont in back in the day? Okay, it does have Aquajet. Yeah, I think I just ran like Choice Band, Knockoff, Aquajet, Crabhammer, and Crunch. Very one-dimensional Pokemon, but it works. And it's very fun to use. Sometimes you just like to do big damage, and that's okay. Not everything needs to be a 3D chess setup sweeper, you know? Not the OC Glaze striking again. It absolutely is. Kind of happy that Air and all the others are finally a new form after a year of waiting. Fair, fair. People love Air. I honestly don't care about her at all. Very unpopular opinion, but I was like, she didn't do anything. People love Air, but she didn't do anything. She just was kind of mopey through the whole book. And then Hell dies, and it's like Air was not the character doing things in book what was that, book 3? No, that was book 4. The one doing all the stuff was Lif. He was the only one doing anything. But a lot of people love Air's design, but I just find her not that exciting personally. She is the Demote though, so can get her pretty easy, relatively speaking. Yeah, I have a soft spot for Fjorm. I do like Fjorm. I wouldn't say that Fjorm is a particularly engaging character either though, but I do like her design. Sadly, the only form of her that I have a lot of merges on is her Ascendant form, which is the one with the design I like the least. I don't like long hair Fjorm. I don't think it looks good on her. Like Triandra. This is How, right? House theme? It's been so long since I played Gen 7. Alright, Saint Shrew again. Alright, who are we picking for Steel? It's gotta be Mawile. Easy. I mean, how could you say no to Mawile? Mawile's incredible. Favorite starter? Well, we already established it's Grovyle. Favorite Mega from Hoenn. Hoenn has a lot of good Megas. Wait, hold on. Does Hoenn not have any regional forms? That's interesting. I didn't realize that. Fun fact, Hoenn has 0 regional forms. No Hoenn Pokemon has gotten a regional form. Dude, I really hope in Winds and Waves they should do a regional form of Tropius with different berries. It would go crazy. I genuinely think if Tropius released now, it would have like 7 different, or it would have like 6 different regional forms with different berries on the neck, and each one would be an increased stat. So like if you got like the one with bananas, it would have like higher defense or something like that. Bride Form is also a little frustrating. In her event, she clearly shows emotion for the summoner, but they never say anything in her line with the summoner. Yeah, sometimes their lines are just kind of they just yap about stuff, and it doesn't feel like it makes sense sometimes. But there's another Trapinch. Let's go. All right, favorite regional form from Hoenn, or my favorite gimmick form from Hoenn. It's pretty much between Gardevoir, Mawile, and Altaria. And of the 3, I think the one that improves the most on the original design is Mawile. I like using Mega Gardevoir more, but from a design standpoint, I think Mawile has the more interesting glow up. And Altari is really good too, but I don't think it does. I think it's just not as visually interesting, even though it's very cute. So I give it to Mawile. All right, Gligar once again. Let's go. Pow. Love you, Gligar. All right, favorite legend from Gen 3. Ooh. Wait a minute. No, it does. Okay, it does have the megas for the gimmick form. It just doesn't count those on the this form. Rayquaza is really cool, but I think I do slightly prefer Deoxys. Deoxys is just super interesting conceptually. Being like the first Pokemon with like different forms that actually do something in battle. Being able to adapt to different situations is just very flavorful for Deoxys. It's a sick Pokemon. And there's another Sandshrew. All right, favorite from Hoenn. It's got to be Ralts. Ralts, my beloved. All right, we're on to Gen 4 now. Favorite normal type from Gen 4? Oh, well, easy. It's Arceus. I feel like that isn't even fair, though, because Arceus is normal, but it's not always normal. But it's Arceus. Favorite fire type? Oh, yep, that's Sinnoh, all right. Favorite fire type from Sinnoh is Magmortar, though. I love that thing. I don't care what anyone says, I think Magmortar's cool. The biggest what the heck moment you had in the Story of Heroes was Book 3 in the Dreamland. They just truth bomb you with... Oh yeah, with Sharena might be not the real princess, but we don't elaborate on that ever. That was certainly a choice, you know? And then you think they're going to bring that up again in the... when they were doing the Tempest Trial story for the fairy world, and instead they just didn't focus on that at all. What a waste. What an interesting plot point they didn't elaborate on at all. Anyway, that's the end of that playlist. Let me see what else we got. We got another cool playlist we can listen to. Let's go with this one. Sure. Oh, right off the bat, we got Gladion's battle. Let's go. What's our favorite water type in Sinnoh? Easy, it's Empoleon. Oh my god, another AI viewers thing. Get banned. Get out of here. Why are they doing that? Why are they trying to get me to get AI viewers? I have no interest in that. Ooh, favorite grass type in Sinnoh. It's so boring, but every time I gotta pick the Eons, you know? I gotta pick Leafeon. It's between Leafeon and Roserade, but I'd say Roserade is, like, poison type. Favorite electric type. My favorite electric type is Rotom. Just vanilla Rotom. I actually think vanilla Rotom has the coolest design of them, but... It's actually kind of crazy when you look at Rotom, right? Because it started off as this obscure electric ghost that didn't have very good stats, so couldn't really do a whole lot. that was like so obscure to the point people thought it was a legendary. And then in Platinum it got its new forms, which gave it more type coverage, and I think it also changed their stat allocation. But they didn't actually have the new types yet. That was in Gen 5, they gave it the new types in replacement of their ghost typing, which shot its usability up by a lot. And then after that, it became the freaking Rotom Dex. That was mildly annoying sometimes. And then it became the Rotom Phone, and now Rotom no longer feels even remotely special, or even like a Pokemon sometimes. I hate what they did with the Rotom Phone. It's so boring. Don't need AI viewers when I have you lurking. And you are much cooler than an AI. But Morph, I don't think you should even compare yourself to an AI, because it's not even a contest how much better you are. Like, don't put yourself on their level, you know? You guys are all so much cooler than AI that it's not even a contest. Yeah, it's like, you guys could listen to an AI content creator. Well, content creator might be a big stretch if we're talking about AI. But no AI could match the levels of unprecedented yapping and autism that I emit, so... You'll never get the same thing that I've got here. The last chapter... Leguarn's divine form is... ugly. Yeah, people were like, oh, she slays, we're gagged. And I'm like, really? I was like, it doesn't look as good as her ascendant form. I'm like, she sure is there. I don't think it looks especially good. Doesn't look horrendous or anything, but it's not amazing. It is not making me want to pull. And yeah, Leguarn died. I guess technically she was revived in the Tempest Trial storyline. Similar to how Fjorm is like no longer sick and dying because of the Tempest Trial storyline, but it's just a weird situation, and it retroactively makes the stakes for that book like way lower. Because she just came back anyway. Levantine was burned badly, but she also got healed off screen. Yeah. They're interesting sometimes with their storytelling in Fae. Maybe if they spent less time with the characters popping in to say, I am blank from this game, and then that's the entirety of the dialogue for that chapter. Maybe they could make real storylines. Alright, Munchlax. You're better than AI, the opposite would be really sad. That is true, but I just want to affirm that you guys are so much cooler than AI could ever dream of being. Alright, Ice has gotta be Glaceon. Although Frostlass is also up there. Frostlass, Mamoswine, Weavile, Abomasnow. Sinnoh had really good ice types. It didn't have a lot of them, but it did have good ice types. And then best fighting type is easily Gallade. I love Gallade. Brandy's cooler than AI will ever be. Yay. Sometimes I worry. Sometimes I see the views on AI stuff and I worry. I'm like, maybe I'm not as cool as AI, but I can give you autism and I'm beautiful, so. Alright, favorite poison type? I'd give that one to Roserade. Although, all the poison types in Sinnoh, again, Sinnoh, I like Sinnoh a lot. Sinnoh's dex is pretty cool, but it is propped up pretty heavily off of the previous gens. Veronica is really cool as a character. Her growth. Yeah, Veronica had a pretty good arc. I am still upset though, because I feel like the emblem for Faye in Engage should have been Alphonse. He's the main character. Like, if Alphonse were considered a base game emblem and was in the game and then Veronica was a DLC emblem, I wouldn't have any issues. But the fact that they picked Veronica over Alphonse, it feels like a bit of a slap in the face. Alright, ground type. Ooh, Sinnoh has good ground types too. Jeez. Ooh. I'm gonna give it to Gliscor, but honestly, Garchomp is great. Hippowdon is great. Garchomp, I would probably... Well, actually... I'm still gonna give it to... No. I am gonna give it to him. Favorite flying is Togekiss. Yeah, Garchomp and Gliscor are about tied. If it's a shiny... If we get a shiny Gligar right here, I'll change it to Gliscor. Dang. Well, we found a Gligar, just not the shiny one. Favorite Psychic. Sinnoh Psychic, it's also going to be Gallade. Psychic is one of Sinnoh's weaker types without counting Gallade, I think, so. Favorite bug type in Sinnoh. I'd say Yanmega, although Vespiquen is also up there. Favorite rock type? Oh, Rampardos, easy. I love that thing. No one cares about Rampardos but me, but that's alright. He's a silly guy. Yeah, Brisk, you can send it to the server in the, I put it in the Pokemon thing. The Pokemon's channel. You're a hungry baby who's waiting for his food to cook. What are you getting, Morph? I had the last of my, chicken nuggets before stream. My homemade chicken nuggets I did the other day. I added a little too much salt to the brine and the flour, but it was good. It was just a little too salty. Taquitos, gotcha. Ooh, favorite? Oh, Ghost. Favorite Ghost has to be Dusknoir, but again, Sinnoh has goated Ghost types. Not a bad one in the batch. And then favorite Dragon. I gotta... Well, hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cheat a little. We got Dialga there. I'm gonna change Garchomp. This one's gonna be Gliscor. And my favorite dragon will be Garchomp. There we go. Because I was thinking, like, I'd put Dialga on dragon, but I'll put Dialga for steel type, actually. And then favorite dark type. Ooh. Darkrai. Although Weavile's also up there. Very easily Togekiss. And then favorite starter is Piplup. Favorite gimmick. Oh, hold up. Sinnoh also doesn't have any regional forms. That's interesting. And there's a Gligar. My favorite gimmick from Sinnoh. That's a hard one, actually. I really like Mega Gallade. I really like Mega Lopunny. And I really like Mega Frostlass. Gallade is easily the worst of the three. Like, it's just not even that good of a Mega, unfortunately. But design-wise, it's so sick. Who do I pick? Alphonse is a pretty good Lord, too. Like that he had good growth and not just good guy. Yeah, Alphonse can be kind of snarky sometimes. And I like that he's also like a smart Lord. He could have easily just been like another prom where he's not that smart and like instead Anna has to be the group tactician, but Alphonse is smart. Alphonse comes up with plans and stuff. He's not dumb. I like Alphonse a lot, actually. In my heart, I know the answer is Gallade, even though he's the worst of the three. That's okay. He's not that good, but I still love him. And then my favorite legendary, it's gotta be Arceus. And then my favorite overall is Togekiss. Let's go. Gen 4 done. Yeah, I like Alphonse a lot. I actually did a thing years ago, right before Engage came out, where I did me as an Engage character with my emblem, and I picked Alphonse as my emblem because I think he's wildly underrated. I mean, like not in recent years. He ended up winning CYL eventually, and he's gotten the attention he deserves now, I think. But back then, Alphonse was like getting nothing from IS. Fans didn't love him. Like I think they liked him by that point, but they didn't love him yet. And I thought he was a little underrated, so I gave him the spotlight. All right, Gen 5 normal type. Ooh. Oh right, they got legs over here from Pokestar Studios. We got Monica, my favorite normal type Pokemon. Monica Van Dam from Xenoblade 3. Yes. Nah, my favorite normal... Ooh, there's some good ones. Deerling and Saucebuck are great. Chinchino is great, but I gotta give it to Lillipup. I love Lillipup. I had a level 100 Lillipup in Black and White 2 that I used to solo the Elite Four because I thought it would be funny. And I was right, it was funny. Alright, favorite fire type in Unova. Oh, that's easy. That's an easy one. My goat, Volcarona. I love Volcarona. So cool. Because of the glaze towards the other OCs, since waifu equals money, Faye didn't pay attention to Alphonse. Yeah, unfortunate. Ike is nothing special or an amazing character like a lot of people. Yeah, I don't love Ike. I haven't played his game, so I can't really speak on it, but based off of Faye, I don't find him especially engaging. I don't know. He's there. He's fine. I don't hate him. I don't love him. He's just like, yeah, that's the popular guy. He feels like he feels to me like a high school like football player, right? It's like I didn't have any beef with the football players in my high school. They didn't know I existed even. But I wasn't excited to see them or anything. I was just like, oh yeah, they're there. They're popular, but I don't have any personal stake in their various endeavors. All right, favorite water type in Unova. Unova has a lot of water types, but I'm actually not the biggest fan of the Unova water types. I like the Oshawott line, but I think I'd actually give it to Frillish, male Frillish specifically, but I also like female Frillish. I like Frillish more than Jellicent. Jellicent is cool, don't get me wrong, but Frillish is just really cute. Gonna play Mario Kart Wii. Is that what this is from? Alright, favorite grass type. Oh, easy. Well, I guess it's Whimsicott. Whimsicott is my favorite grass type, but I could argue that Whimsicott is my favorite fairy type in Gen 5. Is there something else I would pick? Okay, no, I'll put Whimsicott there. And then over this, I'll put Serperior, because they're about roughly... No, actually, I do like Whimsicott a lot more. Yeah, I'll double up on Whimsicott there. Double the whimsy. Although Serperior is really cool. Still remember you and your brothers booting up the Wii to play Mario Kart. Nice. Ooh, we got the Scarlet Violet music. Scarlet and Violet is so weird because I feel like it's hit and miss on its music. It'll drop like this incredible banger, and then it'll drop like a really forgettable wild area music. Like a lot of the area themes in Paldea are kind of forgettable. But then it has like incredible bangers for like all the fights. Alright, favorite electric type. I love Electros, it's gotta be him. What a silly guy. You don't want to know what's in the taquitos? That they taste nice and that's all you need to know. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, right? I was horrified. I'd never looked at the kind of cheese on a Wendy's Baconator before, and I assumed it was cheddar because it didn't have a strong American cheese aftertaste. And then my mom was ordering me a Baconator the other night, and so I was looking at it on the app, and I saw that it was cheddar, I thought it was cheddar because it doesn't have the American cheese aftertaste. But I looked on it and it said it was American cheese, and I was horrified. It's not gonna ruin Baconators for me, but it makes me sad because I think it would be better with cheddar cheese. All right, favorite ice type for Gen 5. That's my boy Vanillish. I like Vanillux. People have clowned on Vanillux, they clowned on Trubbish, they clowned on Klefki. I don't care. I've always loved those guys. I think they're all great. It's not cheese. Stop calling it cheese. Exactly. It is not cheese. It makes me mad. We could have claimed any kind of cheese as American cheese, and we chose the worst one. That's not true. We could have claimed a blue cheese. Gross. Favorite fighting type. Ooh. Favorite fighting type in Unova? It's the black belt. No. My favorite fighting type is Conkeldurr. People don't like Conkeldurr. They think he's an ugly clown man, but I don't care. I like him. I always liked him. I thought he had aura. You haven't lived until you've landed a guts boosted sheer force focus punch. Or not guts. Wow, that sentence doesn't even make sense. Guts boosted sheer force boosted. Where did I come up with that? A guts boosted focus punch or a sheer forced life punch. Life orb boosted focus punch. Jeez, why can't I talk? Anyway, Conkeldurr's great and I love him. Very, very underrated guy. All right, another Gligar. Add him to the pile. Let's go. I have an idea for your followers. Nice, Brisk. Favorite poison type? That is my boy. Ooh, do I like Trubbish or Garbodor more? Trubbish is cuter, but I do like Garbodor. Alright, favorite ground type. I think it's Crocodile. It's between Crocodile and Excadrill. But I like Crocodile a little bit more. He's got a little more oomph to him, you know? He's got that drip. He's got the sunglasses. Oh, the song is a little loud. Like that? Is that a little better? Thank you for letting me know, by the way. Alright, favorite flying type in Unova. Unova has a lot of flying types, and most of them aren't that interesting. I'd give it to Sigilyph. I think Sigilyph is underrated. Sigilyph is an interesting little guy. He's based off the Nazca lines from, oh geez, where were they? I know they're in South America. Was it Peru or was it Chile? I can't remember where. But the Nazca lines are really cool. They were also the subject of a really cool Yu-Gi-Oh! Archetype called the Earthbound Immortals. Which were based off the Nazca lines, and those cards were really cool, but they were very bad. It didn't stop me from trying to get them to work, but... And my favorite of them had the worst effect, of course. Earthbound Immortal Kokokopakapu. Silly guy, silly card. Favorite psychic type? I give that to Reuniclus. Reuniclus is a funny guy. Cell Division, that's silly. Oh, and then Unova popped off with the bug types, dude. Unova has a lot of cool bug types. But it's gotta be my goat Volcarona again. Alright, another Gligar. Let's go. Picture a scene to this song. This is from... It's from a Zelda. Is this Triforce Heroes? No, this is Link's Awakening, right? Yeah, this is Tall Tall Heights from Link's Awakening, I think. Yeah, Link's Awakening. Link's Awakening is one of the games I don't know as well, and I haven't played Triforce Heroes either, so when I heard it, I was like, wait, I don't recognize it, so my first thought was Triforce Heroes. You burnt your mouth? Oh no, Morph, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's no good. Poor Morph. Hang in there. That's the worst. I always burn my mouth because I have like about as much patience as a dog, where you put the food in front of them and they just start going at it and they don't have any restraint. That's me. I just inhale my food and then I give myself hiccups or I burn myself. I've gotten better about it. In the last few years, I've gotten better about pacing myself when I eat, but it still happens a little too frequently. My mom thinks it's because as a kid we didn't have a lot of food growing up a lot of the time. So she thinks subconsciously I was trying to eat my food super fast so no one could take it from me. I don't know if that's a true thing or anything, but it's an interesting idea. I think the type of banner you just don't care about in Heroes is the bunny costume. Yeah, I was sad. Ash finally got a seasonal demote and it was bunny outfit, and I was like, well, I'm gonna get it because it's Ash, but it was on my least liked seasonal version, so I was like, ugh. Alright, favorite rock type from Unova. I actually really like Gigalith. I think he's cool looking. Big ol' crystal monster, you know? I do want to shiny hunt a Gigalith, actually. I want a shiny Gigalith with the Sandstorm mark. But I think currently the only place to get that is Sword and Shield, and I don't want to do that. Sword and Shield shiny hunting with the marks kind of sucks, but I still am thinking of doing it for Vulpix. Okay, we got a ghost type for Unova. I like all of Unova's ghost types, but I think I give it to Chandelure. Chandelure's pretty sick. And then on dragons, that's my boy Reshiram. Dark type. Ooh. I'm sad, actually. I don't know how popular or unpopular this opinion is. I think King Gambit has way less aura than Bisharp. I think Bisharp was just way cooler than King Gambit is. It makes me sad. I think Bisharp was just like a really cool design. King Gambit's problem is its features are just too overly exaggerated. The mustache and like thing on its like the big old blade that extends upwards, they're too exaggerated. They're too long. They overdid it to the point it looks goofy instead of cool. And then floating everywhere on its hair is also just like really dumb and out of nowhere. It's like, why does it do that? It makes no sense for this Pokemon. So King Gambit is like fine, but it's like way less aura than Bisharp had. What is this? Oh, this is from Cuphead, apparently. What do you guys think? Would you guys want to see Cuphead at some point? I've thought about trying it. Favorite steel type? I like Ferrothorn, actually. Although I also like Excadrill. Although I also like Bisharp. I give it to Ferrothorn. Cuphead is fine. I think it'd be maybe interesting to see me die a lot on it. Alright, favorite starter. I'll give it to Serperior, I think. As much as I love Unova, I think its starter lineup is on the weaker side. Being three monotypes... Wait, no, it's not even three monotypes. Two monotypes and one firefighting, which at that point was the third one in a row. The typing lineup just makes it hard to be enthusiastic about them. And then favorite gimmick type. I love that they've got the Pokestar Studios here, because who's picking the Pokestar Studio Pokemon? They're not real Pokemon. For Unova Regionals, I think I give it to Scrafty. Scrafty looks so cool. Though I could definitely argue Electros, Golurk, and Garbodor as well. I think all of them are really cool. But Scrafty just has insane aura. I love it. Mega Audino. Mega Audino is alright. It's not my favorite, though. It's kind of cute, but I also just didn't love Audino a whole lot in its base form, so. Depends, Brisk is a spoiler thing. Oh, speaking of, I was thinking about next week starting... I was thinking maybe we might do Pizza Tower. What do you guys think? Just an opinion? Okay, I guess if you want. Yeah, I was thinking maybe it's time to finally pick up Pizza Tower. And maybe I'll get pizza afterwards to celebrate. I could go for a Papa John's. Towers when they got pizza, true. Pizza Tower music goes crazy though. I'm excited for that. I was actually planning to use Pizza Tower music in the Togetic shiny hunting video. If we went like over odds, I was gonna play The Death That I Deserve Ioli, because it was my fault for subjecting myself to all this torment, so I deserve the death. But we ended up getting really lucky with it, so I didn't get to use that track. You don't like Papa John's? Yeah, I know not everyone's a fan of that one. I like it because their crust is like softer and easier on my poor little teeth. You'd think that I have baby teeth or something, the way that I care so much about that, but... Hi Mel, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. What's up? Papa John's is the best. Let's go. Someone's on my side at least. Yeah, how are you doing, Mel? We're doing our shiny hunting, and we're also filling out this Pokemon favorite picker, which I'll post the link again just in case anyone wants to join in. We're just going through and picking our favorite Pokemon of each type for each region, so it's fun. And right now we are just finishing up Unova. Favorite legendary in Unova? Ooh. Unova's got some good legendaries, but they're not on the level of Gen 3 and Gen 4, I think. With that said, I really like Reshiram. I've started to come around on Zekrom more, though. I didn't like Zekrom as much as a kid, but I'm coming around to Zekrom because I like what it represents. Zekrom is ideals, right? I'm coming around on Zekrom because I can see the appeal in its representation of ideals. And, like, it is a good contrast to Reshiram, but I just like Reshiram so much. It's got so much more aura. Big ol' fluffy dragon, you know? I give it to Reshiram, but... Favorite Gen 5 Pokemon overall? So the question is, do I like Whimsicott or Volcarona more? It's really just between those two. Getting a bit of Hollow Knight from the game. I don't know enough about Cult of the Lamb to say about that. I was listening to Hollow Knight music last night, actually. Hollow Knight was really cool once you got, like, some exploration perks. Early game Hollow Knight kind of sucked, but once you got going, it was really fun. And I loved the boss fights when they didn't make you walk 30 minutes to get back to the boss fight. When they let you, like, start the boss fight right away, it was a lot of fun. I think the problem was just where they put the benches. Some of the bench placements were just very questionable. Alright, Sandshrew. Man, who do I pick between Volcarona and Whimsicott? Because I love both of them very dearly. I think I give... Whimsicott used to be one of my top 3 favorites, and I still love it a lot. I think I give it the slight edge. But if you ask me on, like, tomorrow, I might say Volcarona. Like, they're that close to where, like, depending on the day you ask me, I might change my answer. But like, just know that Volcarona is very much in contention there. I just want the record to show how much I love Volcarona. It is one of the greatest of all time. All right, Gen 6. Gen 6 has a lot more normal types than I realized. Okay. And none of them are good. That's not true. We got Lopunny right here. Does Mega Lopunny count as a Gen 6 normal type, though? I feel like that doesn't count. Despite what it's saying here, I feel like that doesn't count, you know? It's okay. I'll play within the rules of this chart picker. And it's not like there's a lot of Pokemon in the Gen 6 decks anyway. And I guess that just kind of shows how relatively weak I thought that Gen 6's dex was. That I'm picking a... that it needs, like, the Megas. Again, it's similar to, like, Gen 4, where a lot of what makes the Gen 6 decks good is relying on older regions. 4 has that issue, and 2 has that issue as well. Like, yeah, Gen 7 also had regional forms with the Alolan forms, but I feel like Gen 7's own dex is very strong on its own, even without factoring in the regional forms. Whereas Kalos's dex, I feel like, is a lot more hit and miss. There's some great ones in Kalos, don't get me wrong. We got Aegislash, we got these fire types, which are not the best example of what I'm talking about, but I do like Talonflame. Water types for Gen 6. Ooh. I wish I could say Barbaracle, because I do like Barbaracle, but I'm lying to myself if I don't pick Greninja. I like Barbaracle, but I cannot look myself in the eye and tell myself I like Barbaracle more than Greninja. Even as much of a contrarian as I can be, I just can't. Greninja is very cool. Meowstic is great and amazing and perfect. Let us see, grass. Huh, I didn't realize they introduced so few grass types in Gen 6, huh? It's Trevenant. I also really like Chestnut, though. I don't care as much for Chespin or Quilladin, but Chestnut is insane. I used it a lot in my various X and Y runs. Chestnut is very cool, but I give the slight edge to Trevenant. And then electric types. Wow, Gen 6 really, really fumbled on electric types. Like, the best one of the batch is Dedenne, and I still don't even love Dedenne that much. Ice types. Kind of similar. I don't love the ice types in Kalos. I'd give it to Amora. Aurorus is also pretty cool, but I like Amora a little more. The fightings is mostly Megas. What is this? Oh, Kalos, what are you doing, dude? It's Gallade. It's Mega Gallade. It's even more insulting to pick Mega Gallade, though, because that's not even a Pokemon that was introduced in Kalos, right? That's a Pokemon that was introduced in Hoenn's remake for that generation, but it's not even a Kalos Pokemon. God, that feels bad to pick, but Kalos's Pokedex is very small. I do like Dragalga, though. Dragalga's very cool. Ground type. Guys, I think this is finally where I get to pick Steelix. Oh no, I did pick Steelix up here. Never mind. I was gonna say I finally get to put Steelix on here, but I forgot I did end up picking Steelix here, although I almost picked Quagsire. Flying types for Gen 6. Ooh. Yeah, you know who needs a mega or a boost of some kind? It's Noivern. Noivern is such a cool Pokemon, but it doesn't do anything. I wish Noivern did something, but it just doesn't. Oh, are you really enjoying the Cult of the Lamb, Risk? All right, another Gligar for the list. Add him in. Nice. Glad you're enjoying it. Okay. Nope. Nope. Go down. Psychic. Okay, we got. Oh no. Oh. Oh God. Oh no. This is where all the good designs went in Gen 6. Why are all the Psychics good, dude? Oh no. I'm gonna come back to this actually. That's too hard to pick from. Let me narrow it down a little bit. All right, bug. Favorite bug is Vivian. Doesn't really matter which pattern. I like all of them. We'll go Tundra. I like Tundra. Now, Sticker, you're breaking into my house. What if I told you Meowstic wasn't in contention? Rock type. Oh. Easiest of my life. I freaking love Mega Diancie. Mega Diancie is perfect design. You're breaking my house and stealing my Pokemon cards? But what if I told you that Meowstic isn't in contention, but Esper was? Because I like Esper more than Meowstic. And if I'm picking one of the three to put on the list, I'm putting I'm putting Esper on instead. Alright, hold on. Let's see. Ghost type. Aegislash for sure. And then Dragon. They had some really good dragons in Kalos too, huh? Even like Tyrantrum is really cool. Tyrantrum, Goomy. Ooh, who do I pick? I think I give it to Altaria. Alright, Dark type, I'm picking my friend Malamar. Steel type. Ooh. Oh no. Who do I pick? Oh, for Steel, it's between Mega Mawile and Klefki. Hold on, who do I have on Fairy? Who are my Fairy options? Oh god, no, there's too many good Fairy types too. Oh no. Alright, we've already got Mega Mawile represented. I'm gonna put Gardevoir here. I'm gonna put Klefki on Steel. And now I can come back here. And I'm gonna put Esper on Psychic. There we go. The conflict has been resolved. You're sure I'd love the game? I've heard mixed things on it. I know a lot of people really like it. I've heard some people say it's like too easy. I don't know. We'd have to see. Ooh, nope. All right. Grass. Oh, no, this isn't grass. This is starter. Okay. Favorite starter. Actually. Wait, why did I... Yeah, actually, okay. I think my favorite starter of the lineup is actually Breaksin. It wasn't on the fire because I do like Talonflame a little bit more, but for just starters, I'd pick Breaks In, I think. He'll break into my house and only make me feel slightly unnerved. Oh no! I won't be able to eat my berries! They're gonna rot. They're gonna go bad if I don't eat them. My mom bought a lot of fruit. She bought too much fruit. Oh god, too many megas. Oh god, who do I pick? Wait, that's weird. So they counted the megas down here, but Mega Malamar wasn't an option for Dark type or anything. I'm gonna pick Mega Malamar then. Sure. My goat. Mega Malamar. Favorite legendary? Gotta be Mega Diancie. And then favorite overall for Gen 6. Oh, that's hard. Again, Mega Malamar doesn't feel like a Gen 6 Pokemon. That's a Gen 9 Pokemon. Oh, no. This will absolutely get copyright claimed. Get this out of here. There we go. Who do we pick? Who is my... Like, I want to pick Mega Malamar, right? But on the fact that it's not actually a design that appeared in Gen 6, I feel like picking it is incorrect. And I like Mega Diancie, but I never used it back in Gen 6. So also picking that one feels incorrect. I think I give it to Mega Gardevoir. That one was tough. What kind of fruit? My mom bought clementines, 2 bags of them. I just wanted 1 bag. She bought 2 for some reason. She bought 6 peaches and 6 plums. And I'm like, we cannot eat this much fruit between the 2 of us. Especially considering she hasn't eaten a single piece and I've been trying to eat all these clementines. I'm not going to be able to eat all of it on my own. She always does this. She buys way too much food that we don't have the ability to eat between us. And then it has to be thrown out, and it makes me so mad. I hate wasting food. Alright, Gen 7. Gen 7 is going to be hard because I like a lot of these. Funny enough, normal is probably going to be the easiest one on here. It's between Beware and Toucannon. I think it's Beware. I like Toucannon, but if I'm being honest, part of why I like Toucannon is just its shiny palette, being the bi bird. When you ignore that, it's got to be Beware. All right, fire types. Ooh. I think that. Gen 7 fire types. I could say Alolan Marowak. Alolan Marowak is really cool conceptually, but I don't think I've ever used it. I think I give the edge to Blacephalon, which is a very... Don't ever tell the girl you match with that your favorite Pokemon is Blacephalon. Alright, water types. Oh, this is hard. Oh, this is hard. Look at this. Have you ever seen a more goated lineup of water types plus Ash Greninja? I don't know why that loser's here, but... I am #1 Ash Greninja hater. I won in the end. They got rid of that thing. It made me so happy. I might have to come back and readjust this, but I think for water, I'm gonna pick Wishy-Washy. Because Toxapex fits into Poison, Primarina can fit into Fairy, Bruxish can fit into Psychic, Golisopod or Araquanid could be Bug type. But Wishy-Washy is the pure water, so it's got to be here. I love Wishy-Washy. And then grass type, my boy Decadooey. I heard someone pronounce it Decadooey, and I did, like, my neck snapped from how fast I turned around. I was like, excuse me? I was like, what do you mean Decadooey? Alright, electrics. Ooh, they got some good electrics here. Oh, stop playing this Undertale Deltarune music, dude. Stop it. I'm changing the playlist. You can't keep putting that stuff on here. It gets copyright claimed like crazy. And it's never Toby Fox doing it. It's some random guy claiming to have the rights. Makes me so mad. Sure, we'll do this Pokemon playlist. No, Nintendo Switch, you don't want to play Indiana Jones. Fair. Alright, what are we picking for electric type? Similar thing. I could easily pick a Alolan Raichu. I like that guy. Vikavolt is really cool. I love Oricorio Pom-Pom. Specifically the Pom-Pom version. The other Oricorios are cool, but I like Pom-Pom specifically. But I think I gotta give it up. When I think Alolan electric type, the first thing that comes to mind is my boy Xurkitree. He looks like Guzma. What could be more cool than that? Alright, Alolan ice type. That one's pretty easy. It's very easily Alolan Ninetales or Alolan Vulpix. I give it to Ninetales, but Vulpix is very cute. You've been disassociating. What did you miss? You haven't missed anything. We've just been going through and picking our favorite types. Favorites of each type. Alright, favorite fighting type. Alright, fighting is a little weaker for Alola, but they're still all pretty good. And Crabominable. He's here too. Actually, you know what? I clown on Crabominable. I think he's still better than Passimian. Passimian is like a cool concept, but they didn't do anything with it. It doesn't do anything. Passimian has a better design. Crabominable has better everything else. Well, maybe not better typing. Being an ice type is interesting a choice. But if I have to pick just one Alolan fighting type, I think it's Buzzwole. Buzzwole is super cool. It's not a design I would normally like. You guys know I'm not into muscles. Beware your beloved. I think I put Beware for normal. Yeah, Beware was my normal type pick. You guys know I'm not into muscles, but this big buff mosquito that poses constantly and looks like a bodybuilder, but he's a big mosquito and he drinks blood and everything. I don't know, there's something really special about that design. It's so clever. Buzzwole has big style points. I love Ultra Beasts, they were so cool. And then poison type is Toxapex, easily. I love Toxapex, what a silly guy. I like how when you look at a lot of the Pokemon I like, you can tell that Brandy has just the slightest bit of a troll tendency in his Pokemon preferences. Because I like things like Toxapex, I like Whimsicott, I like Togekiss. I like these Pokemon that just pester you and make you angry. I like Klefki. I don't find trolling funny in most scenarios, but in Pokemon I think it's very funny to make someone flinch to death. Ground type. Give that to Sandygast. Palisand is also pretty cool, but I do slightly prefer Sandygast. Mudsdale's broken. Mudsdale can put in a surprising amount of work. People do sleep on Mudsdale. Alright, Trapinch. Add it to the list. 538. Oh, we're on flying type. Ooh. I mean, it's got to be Minior. I pick Minior. I could, because I know I'm going to pick Minior for Rock as well. In fact, I'm just going to do that now. Because I like Minior so much more than everything else. Like, it's got to be double represented there. But I could put Pom Pom Oricorio over here, but I am going to give it to Minior on both because I like Minior that much more than everything else. Psychic. Oh, this is going to be the biggest controversy point of all time, but it's Bruxish. I love Bruxish. What a cool design. What a clever design. I love Bruxish. I don't care. If Bruxish has no fans, then I am dead, okay? What a silly creature. Second choice would be Alolan Raichu, though. And then bug type. Is that our goat Rabombi? I think it is. Unless, hold on, what else do we have for fairy? No. Fairy gets Primarina, I think. So yeah, our goat Rabombi takes bug. And then ghost. I could put Decidueye here because I really like Decidueye, but I will put Mimikyu. There we go. And we've got Decidueye and grass, so I don't feel too bad. Delmise. You are legitimately the first person I think I've ever seen who like really liked Delmise, which is really cool to see. I love it when I see people with like a weird off the wall favorite like that. Like for me, my weird off the wall pick is Bruxish because no one else likes Bruxish, but that's my little guy, you know. It's so silly. Bruxish's shiny goes hard. I actually, Bruxish is one of the Pokemon I prefer the original colors. But I do think that it was funny for the shiny. They still went like really garish with it. They could have tried to give it like a cool shiny to redeem it in the eyes of the people that hate it. They could have made it like a black and white shiny or something and people would have liked it. But no, they were like, no, make it even more garish. I appreciate the commitment to the bit, even if it's a color palette I don't personally like. Ooh, dragon type. Alola do have some dragons. Who do I pick as my Alolan dragon? I think it might be Guzzlord. I like Guzzlord a lot. I have a shiny one. I shiny hunted Guzzlord, soft resets in the ruined Ultra City in Ultra Space. And I almost reset over it. That's one of the few times I almost reset over a shiny. I was like very tired. I woken up early because they were doing renovations on the house. And they were renovating the kitchen, so I woke up early to let them in. And so I was like, well, I'm already up. I guess I'll shiny hunt a little. And I almost reset over it. I noticed it just in time. Never get tired of hearing Guzzlord's anime stream. Yeah, he's silly. I don't watch the anime, but I've seen the clips of it. Was that a... Hold on, let me double check that one. I think that was a... I think that was a Gligar, right? Let me just double check it. I've been being a little fast and loose with these, so I might have some slightly incorrect counting, but... Okay, it was Gligar. Cool. Boop. There we go. Oop, hold on. There we go. Alright, favorite dark type. Ooh. Who's my favorite dark type? It's between not Sandslash. Where did I come up with that? It's between Alolan Persian and Alolan Muck. I like them both a lot. I think I give the edge to Persian. Persian is a lot of fun to use. You love Alolan Persian? Yeah, people hate on it. I think it's it's like ugly cute, you know? Like it's charming. I like it a lot. I think Alolan Persian does not deserve the hate it gets. It's literally its namesake exactly. It's got the squashed face from people overbreeding it. I think it's silly. All right, who's our steel pick? I kind of thought there was more steel in Gen 7, but I guess not. It might be Solgaleo. Yeah, I think it's Solgaleo. And then favorite starter is Decadui. Although, actually, I could put Rowlet there. There we go. Get a little more variety. Because I got Decidueye over there. I'll put Rowlet for the starter pick. Because I like the whole line. I'll just do Rowlet for that. And then favorite regional. Oh, that's hard. Alolan regional forms are all really good, though. It's between Ninetales, Muck, Persian, and Raichu. I think I give it to Ninetales. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? What's a Tootsie Pop? I think that's a drink, actually. I think it's a creamy drink with like chocolate and Pepsi or something in it. And this is favorite legendary. Interesting that they count Silvally as a legendary. I never really thought of Silvally as being a legendary, but they've got it listed as one here, so I guess. Deducti? To your dyslexic middle schooler self really lives rent-free. Deducti. Deducti would be a convergent form of it that is that's a detective. You don't like the Tapu? I think the Tapu are okay. I like what they were going for with them, but I don't love them. They're fine, but they're not my favorites. I wish they counted the Ultra Beasts on here as the legendary, because I'd pick Xurkitree. I guess my favorite legendary... Actually, maybe I should just pick Cosmog. You obviously never use Cosmog, but Cosmog is very cute. I'm gonna pick Cosmog. There we go. And my favorite overall... Ooh, that's hard. I think it's Minior. But you could make an argument for a lot of these. But I'll give it to Minior. That's my guy. That's my little guy. So far, our favorites from each region are Booster, Togetic, Ralts, Togekiss, Whimsicott, Gardevoir, and Minior. On to Gen 8. Oh, this one's gonna be interesting because I don't love a lot of Gen 8 Pokemon. Gen 8's Dex is maybe the weakest one to me. It's gonna be propped up by Hisui, though. We got some good ones for Hisui here. And I guess the G-Maxes. Do I just pick G-Max Eevee? I think I picked G-Max Eevee and call it a day. I could also pick Wooloo. I like Wooloo, but I don't love Dubwool. Ursaluna's kind of cool. Zoroark's cute. And Long Meowth is just one of the funniest things they ever did. I think Long Cat Meowth was like a stroke of brilliance. And I also used it a lot for farming money before the DLC came out. She used G-Max Gold Rush to get a bunch of cash. So like I definitely used Meowth the most probably of all of these, but Eevee, you know? It's Eevee. L-O-V-E, we love Eevee. Didn't know that many Paldea Pokemon, so had a hard time choosing. Yeah, Paldea is also not my favorite dex overall. Favorite generation is the 5th gen, especially the second game. Yeah, Black and White 2 are my favorite games in the series. Obstagoon is sick. You really like Obstagoon? I know a lot of people really like him. I think he's okay. He's just not like my style, you know? He's alright. But I do appreciate the idea of like zigzag to line to just totally stopping in terms of movement patterns. It was a cute way to expand on the gimmick. Yeah, I know a lot of people love Obstagoon. That was a Trapinch. Let's go. We've seen a lot of Trapinch today, which is really cool. All right, fire types. That is the easiest Raboot pick of my life. I love Raboot. Raboot might genuinely be my favorite Gen 8 design. I love Raboot so much. It's so cute. What a little guy. And for water, water's interesting. I like Basculegion. I like Samurott. But I think it might be Dracovish, which is very weird to say. Before we did the Dracovish shiny hunt last year, I had Dracovish in like my bottom 10 Pokemon. The fossil hunt that we did made me like Dracovish and the other fossils so much more. I had a lot of fun with the fossil hunt, and I had even more fun making the video for it. It might actually unironically be Dracovish. I might circle back to this and change it to Basculegion or Samurott, but for now I'll tentatively put Dracovish. For grass type, actually I think it's between Applin or Hisui and Decidueye, but I think I'll give the slight edge to Applin. Electric types. Again, I've come around on the Galar fossils a lot, and I like Regieleki a decent amount. I actually shiny hunted a shiny Regieleki, but G-Max Toxtricity is actually one of the few G-Maxes that I really, really like. I think it's like a very sick design. I'm gonna give it to him. And then, Galarian Ice type. I think I give this to Frostmoth. I want to shiny hunt a Darmanitan on stream at some point. A Galarian Darmanitan. And I was thinking of maybe saving that to do for our curry hunt. I think getting a curry connoisseur shiny Galarian Darmanitan that has Zen mode would be the funniest thing ever, because it's like it's breathing fire because the curry is so hot. So that is a potential future project. Twitch crashed on you and gave you an ad that was AI glazed. No, I'm sorry, Brisk, that's no good. Can you give your top favorite regions based on Pokemon? Sure, if you'd like. You don't like Eevee before Eevee rap battle? I don't know what that is. I have no clue what that is. Yeah, we do have the Lumiose music. ZA did such a good job with the music, I think. I think the generation you dislike the most is the first one because of how they're omnipresent. That's very fair. When something gets pushed that hard to the exclusion of everything else in the franchise, I think it's very understandable to feel some resentment. I've definitely felt that way. But I would still... I would glaze Kanto 1,000 times before I'll touch Johto. Yeah, Johto's my least favorite. Let's see. Favorite... This is fighting type. Favorite fighting type. I'm gonna put Hisui and Decidueye. I do like Sneasler, though, too. I know everyone's gonna be like, but Surfetched! But Phalanx! I'm sorry, I don't care about either of them. They're both just there. They're fine, but I don't love them. Like, I see people will clown on modern designs, and I hate that. But then I'll see someone reply with, but Phalanx! And I'm like, wow, of all the Pokemon you could pick to defend modern designs, you're picking Phalanx? I don't get it. Like, it's an okay design, but, like, people lose their minds over Phalanx. Phalanx fans are a different breed, and I don't understand it. Grabbing Zeepa, nice. When you say Sinnoh is your least favorite and you get jumped by all the Pokemon. I love Sinnoh, but, like, it does have issues. I hate to admit it, but it has its issues. And it did deserve a better remake than it got. I'm sad about it. Favorite poison type. Actually, I'm gonna put... no, I'll put Sneasler here. There we go. I was thinking about putting Toxtricity in Poison and moving Regieleki in, but I'll put Sneasler there. Oh, ground type. Oh, Galar, you fumbled with ground. What the heck happened? Why was Runerigus not rock? This is like the easiest rock ghost of my life, and instead it's a ground type, and I don't get it. Anyways, it's Ursaluna. This is flying. Favorite flying type is probably G-Max Butterfree. And then for Psychic, we got a few more options for Psychic, actually. What is this track? Oh, it's from Indigo Disc. Okay, that's why it sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. Is this the music that plays when, like, Kiran apologizes to you, I think? Let's see. Ore is always going to be your fave, but Alola is close to the top, along with Hoenn and Kalos. That's fair. That's fair. My top three I mentioned earlier. My top three are Unova, Sinnoh, Hoenn, with Alola in fourth. Scarlet and Violet is frustrating because it is the potential man of Pokemon. It had the potential to be like to be in my top three. It has so many things lined up right, and it just fumbles so many places. Paldea, you silly, silly game. Dun dun da da dun, ba 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 da bum, bum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum ba da bum. You think what makes you laugh the most is the pro first gen would tell you how it had the best decks. 10 of 10 decks. They say that, but then the only ones they ever glaze are like Gengar, Charizard, Pikachu, Eevee, Blastoise, sometimes Venusaur, and Mewtwo. Sometimes Aerodactyl and like Nidoking, I guess. But like the Gen 1 glazers are never out here glazing like Tangela, you know? They're not glazing Tangela, they're not glazing Muck. They're not glazing Venomoth or Krabby or anything. It's the same very basic ones every time. Alright, Sandshrew. Pokemon made a good story and make a good story and good gameplay challenge. I mean, I liked ZA's story and gameplay overall. It wasn't like the best at either, but like compared to some of the stuff we've gotten on the Switch, I liked ZA. I think it did a pretty good job. All right, we were on Psychic, right? Who do I pick for Psychic? Every time I look at Galarian Rapidash, I get sad. Galarian Ponyta is so cute, and then Galarian Rapidash just doesn't do anything for me. I wish it had been an Alicorn. It should have been Fairy type, and then when it evolved, it should have been Fairy Flying. And it could have been an Alicorn, and it would have been Twilight Sparkle, and it would have been great. Yeah, who's my Psychic pick for Galar? It might be Hadron. Calyrex is also funny in the DLC, but design-wise, it doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, I think I just pick Hatterene and call it a day. I think that might be my most lukewarm placement on the whole list. I don't especially love Hatterene, but it's like fine. That's another one. People lose their minds over Hatterene, and I'm like, it's okay. I don't know. Maybe I need to just do a run with it where I use it and it'll change my mind. I have come around a little bit more, though, as people pointed out more of the design inspirations behind it. Because when I first looked at it, I was just like, oh, it's just another hyper-feminine psychic fairy. It's just trying to be Gardevoir, but again. But when people pointed out the design inspirations for it, I'm like, okay, actually, maybe they were cooking a little bit. So maybe I just need to open my heart to Hatterene. I'm too closed off because I love Gardevoir so much, and I need to get over my biases. I need to work on myself, and that's not Hatterene's fault. Hold on. I got yapping and I forgot what you guys were saying. Let me see. I'm kind of worried you'd get jumped by Charizard Glazers because you think he's overrated. Yeah, Charizard is like, that's the thing, right? I used to like Charizard. Charizard is like a cool design, but it's not the level that they glaze it. It's not that cool. And it actively made me dislike Charizard more, the way it's pushed and the way people hype it up. But like in a vacuum, Charizard's design is like an above average one. It's like cool. I like Charizard's design, but it's just hard to be enthusiastic about it when people prop it up so much. But yeah, a lot of people are chill. I think it's a loudly vocal group of people who are diehard Charizard fans. See one Glaze Muck for being more creative than all the other generation Pokemon combined. He had a real identity. Muck? Really? Yeah, I don't know. I like Muck, right? I think he's a silly guy. Even as a kid, I thought he was like a funny guy. The anime did a lot to help with that, where Muck was just like this affectionate guy who's just always hugging Professor Oak. I thought that was cute. But like, would I list Muck as like creative design? No, not really. Its Alolan form is a lot more creative than its base form. Charizard is the best starter. Gotta put respect on Goat Venusaur. I do like Venusaur. Out of the Kanto starters, Venusaur is my favorite of the three. You like Blastoise? You like Drastoid? Blastoise was your first starter. It's a giant turtle with cannon on its back. I would like Blastoise more if Wartortle foreshadowed the cannons at all in the design. And I don't like how metallic the cannons are for it not being a steel type. I would like the cannons more if they were like natural and looked like they were just extensions of the shell. But I have come around a little bit on Blastoise more because of the Poke Rally. The Poke Rally did wonders for my perception of Blastoise. All right, best Galar bug. Oh, do we have to pick one? It's Frostmoth or Gmax Butterfree. Which do I like more? See, this feels bad though, because picking Gmax Butterfree, it's just like, that's a Kanto Pokemon. That's not even a Galar Pokemon. I'll give slight edge to Frostmoth. They're about tied though. I think I would rather use Butterfree in a playthrough for utility, but Frostmoth has the slightly more interesting design. And I did use Frostmoth on my first Shield playthrough. It didn't do anything, but it was there. It went to the Hall of Fame. That thing is so slow. I was so excited. I was like, yo, Ice Volcarona, and then it wasn't. Thing has no speed. Rock type. Oh, do I have to pick one? I don't know, like Colossal's fine. It's like a cool design, but it's not a design that I feel so enthusiastic about that I'm like, oh yeah, this is my favorite rock of the region, you know? And then I look at Hisuian Arcanine and I'm like, I forget that thing's even a rock type because it doesn't look rock at all. I'll give slight edge to Colossal. It's okay. When you were little, you always call him Butterfree, didn't know why. Your brain was convinced it was his name. But his name is Butterfree. Or are you meaning like butter? The people complaining about Pokemon are an object are stupid. Yeah, I never got the hate for object mons, but with that said, I don't love it when people put down Voltorb, because I think Voltorb is actually really cool in the context of Pokemon was designed originally as an RPG first. And so back in the day, all the RPGs had the Mimic enemy, right? You got your classic Mimic. When you open a treasure chest, the Mimic attacks you, and it's a surprise jump scare. And usually, you know, it's a risky encounter when the Mimic attacks. I think they did a great job of interpreting that in Pokemon, because all the items you find are represented as Pokeballs in the overworld. You pick it up, and oh, surprise, it was actually a Voltorb. It's Pokemon's answer to a Mimic. And they made it really fast, and they made it explode so that it just has a chance of just blowing up your encounter and also taking down one of your Pokemon with it. Like, I think in the context of it was originally in just like more RPG focused, I think Voltorb and Electrode fill a really interesting design niche. I really like them a lot. Even though I think Amoonguss has like overall a better design, I think Voltorb executes the concept of a Mimic way better. I absolutely really like Voltorb and Electrode design-wise, from a game design standpoint. Like, their design itself might be a little on the boring side, but just conceptually, I really appreciate it. Found a bunch of super old sketches. Oh, nice, Morph. Congrats. Butter and free. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, we were on Ghost type. Galar Ghost type. It's between Basculegion, Hisuian Zorua, and Dragapult. People really like Dragapult, but I think that's another one that I'm kind of like, it's okay, but it doesn't super excite me. So I think it's between Basculegion and Zorua. Basculegion is fun to use. I think I give the slight edge to Basculegion. And I like the red one more. Also, we hit 1869 Sandshrew. Oh no. That's not what I wanted. Nice. I hit the wrong button. Oops. Hate Voltorb. Cost you your starter because of Destructin and Nuzlocke. Oh no, rip. Yeah, see, that's exactly what I mean though. Like, that's the kind of dangerous that Voltorb was originally meant to present. I think especially in the context of a Nuzlocke, a Voltorb is like a really cool Pokemon because it really represents danger. It's like, oh, this thing can actually just wipe one of your party members. Like, I think the problem is that unlike a lot of RPGs, Pokemon doesn't really limit your healing items at all. So, also we lost our 69 rip. You know, unless you're doing like a speed run or a challenge run like a Nuzlocke where you can't revive your Pokemon or you can't like take time to go heal on constantly, losing your Pokemon to a Voltorb isn't that big of a deal. Like, at worst, you just escape rope out and go heal and then come back if you don't have any revives in your bag. The problem is that, like, older RPGs were a lot more strict on, like, the heal items. Like, in Dragon Quest VIII, which is one of my favorites, you can very rarely hold healing items that do like actual revival. You get the spells for revive eventually, but those are pretty heavy on your magic point consumption. And similarly, magic point restoring items are also pretty rare. So sometimes it's just better to just leave the dungeon and come back, and that takes time and it's more encounters and everything. So a mimic in Dragon Quest is way more dangerous, because it's like, it's very much a, you're gonna lose something out of this encounter. Like, you're gonna lose time and have to come back. You're gonna lose, and it also costs money to revive your guys, and money can be kind of short supply depending on where in the game you are. So it can cost like resources in that way. It could cost your magic points or magic point restoring items, or it could cost one of your revival items, and you can't hold that many of those. Like, I think you could only hold, like, you could hold Yggdrasil leaves, but if you went to the store, they wouldn't let you buy any if you were already holding them. So you could only get extras by finding them in the overworld. And then you could also get like the reviving cheese. Yeah, that's a thing. There's reviving cheese in that game, which is very funny. And there were a few other ways to cheat and hold extra revive items, but there weren't that many. So, like, that was a really good example of where, like, a mimic could actually mess you up. Anyways, Brandy's yapping again. I think Voltorb in Nuzlocke is very interesting, though, is what I'm getting at. One of the trainer who jumped on you at the end of a hard puzzle just had 6 Voltorb. Okay, we're getting back. OBS just threw a fit for some reason. All right, hopefully we're back. Also, Brisk posted something and it just completely, oh, it's an emote that completely broke on my chat. let me take a picture of this. This is very weird. Sorry about that, guys. OBS just threw a complete fit and I don't know why. My internet didn't even crash. I was watching my internet. I was like, is my internet gonna break? No, the internet was totally fine. It was just an OBS problem. We'll let the stream kick back in, and look at this. Look what happened to Brisk's text there. It went vertical for some reason. I don't know why it's doing that, and it's still like that. It's very silly. I don't know why it did that. Yeah, cursed text. I don't know why I did that, but that's funny. Sorry about that, guys. Jamie throws a temper tantrum on Twitch. Yeah, it was the cry emote. RIP. Sorry about that, guys. Hopefully we're back, though. We good? We good, I hope. Anyway, who do I pick for Dragon? Is it Applin or is it Dracovish? The thing is, Applin, to me, doesn't especially read Dragon type. Hydrapple does, but Applin itself doesn't read Dragon type. I think I give the slight edge to Dracovish. What a turnaround. What a turnaround for Dracovish Nation to go from top 10 least liked designs in the series to one that I actually am fond of. Congratulations, Dracovish Nation. Hold on. Oh, was Dracovish the only one? Oh no, there's also Draco Zolt. I could give the edge to Draco Zolt, actually. Yeah, why not spread the love? Let's give the love to Dracozolt. But Funny Fossil Nation is living large here. I think Funny Fossil Nation's coming out on top with this one. Ooh, Dark type. Oh, it's Samurott or Grimmsnarl. Hold on, let me double check Fairy again. Yeah, it's Grimmsnarl. My goat Grimmsnarl. I was trying to see if there were any other fairies that I wanted to include, and yes, there are, so it'll be my boy Grimmsnarl here. Yeah, all the shiny fossil hunts. Those were fun. I hope you guys liked the video. I had a lot of fun editing the fossil hunt video. Like, the various edits I did for that were just a lot of fun to do. It was, like, very refreshing, because sometimes when I do editing, I'm just kind of... It feels like I'm going through the motions. But that was one where I felt like, yeah, I'm having genuine fun with this. Also, it looks like OBS is still struggling a little. Hang in there, OBS. Come on. Get it together. It just says that I have a very weak connection, which is in stark contrast to my Wi-Fi, because my Wi-Fi is full bars. But OBS says it only has like 0 kilobytes per second right now. Now it's 878. Now it's 4,810. Now it's 14,503. Now it's 801. It's very spotty. I don't know what it's doing. Thanks, OBS. Alright, favorite steel type from Galar. Wow, Galar, you really have the decks of all time, huh? It's either Corviknight or Gudra. I don't feel especially strongly about either of them, to be honest. Which track is this? Oh, it's the cafe from Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon. I think I slightly give the edge to Corviknight, and it's a pity pick. I pick Corviknight out of pity because it being harassed by Tinkaton for no reason just makes me sad. Like, honestly, I didn't think about Corviknight like at all through all of Gen 8. And then when I saw it getting like absolutely bullied by Tinkaton, it just made me feel sad. I was like, Corviknight didn't do anything to deserve this. It's just a guy. So I will give the slightest of edges to Corviknight. Congratulations. Even if it is a pity pick, congrats. Every Valentine's Day is very breezy. Ah. Alright, and for fairy type in Galar, it's gotta be Alcremie. And then favorite starter. That was a Trapinch, or that was a Sandshrew, right? Hold on, let me undo that real quick. Oh no, it was a Trapinch. Wow. I'm glad I double checked that. I don't know why. I thought it was a Sandslash. I clicked it too fast. There we go, Trapinch. Alright, and then favorite starter for Gen 8. It's gotta be Raboot. And then, oh wow, there's a lot of gimmick forms here. Oh boy. Gen 8 had a lot of gimmick forms, apparently. Oh my god, they're so big. Another Serperior enjoyer. Yeah, I like Serperior. He's pretty cool. Contrary, Leaf Storm and Terra Blast go crazy. Oh, and that's the end. Okay, what kind of playlist are we pulling up now? Nintendo Casino Music Compilation. That's kind of funny, but I don't feel like we're gambling enough right now for it to fit. What do I even want to play? What music do I want us to listen to? I kind of want Shovel Knight. Let's play some Shovel Knight music. Hold on, I don't want this one though. This one is... It's not like an actual playlist. I want like a playlist. Like a curated playlist. Has no one made like a curated like best of Shovel Knight playlist? They're only like actual playlists, which are going to be annoying because they take time to load. All right, never mind. Let's not do Shovel Knight. Serperior is cool. Yeah, Serperior is pretty fun. Here, we'll do this one. Upbeat Nintendo music to boost your energy. We do need to boost our energy. Okay. Let me add Sandshrew to the pile. Hit a reset. And now we are on to... Oh, right, we're still on Galar. Favorite gimmick form from Galar? I'm gonna give it to G-Max Alcremie. I think that one's pretty cool. And then favorite legendary... I wish we lived in a world where I could say Origin Dialga or Origin Palkia was my favorite, but their designs are goofy. I get what they're going for. I don't think they look good though. You know, like I get it. That doesn't make it a good design. Alright, Sandshrew. One day you'll request Cult of the Lamb. Gotcha. Who's my favorite Galar legendary? I think it's Regieleki. Most of Galar's legendaries are kind of clowns. I don't love them. Zaruda's the worst of the bunch. I'm still missing a Zarude for my living decks. Makes me mad. Yeah, I think it's just Regieleki. Galar's so forgettable. Yeah, it's got a few good things. It's got Raboot, right? It's got Raboot. I love Raboot. Oh, you guys can't even see it. It's got Raboot. It's got Alcremie. I like Alcremie. It's got funny troll guy. I love Grimmsnarl because it's not a cutesy fairy. I think that's something they actually do a pretty good job with is not making all the fairies super cutesy. They give them like sinister sides and stuff. And then Grimmsnarl is like the perfect embodiment of that. He's a fairy type, but he's like an old school troll rather than a cutesy fairy. Also, I forgot to check what that was. Let me double check. Clip it, clip it. What was it? It was a Gligar. Okay. Cool. 12:30. Let's go. But yeah, Galar overall kind of forgettable to me. Who do I pick as my favorite from Galar? If I pick Eevee, that feels like such a cheat. No, I don't think I'd pick Eevee anyway. Because the problem with G-Max Eevee is it loses part of what makes Eevee so cool, which is the evolution gimmick. So I don't think I'd pick Eevee as my favorite just off that principle. I think it's either Raboot or Grimmsnarl. I think I give slight edge to Raboot. You love it, but it's forgettable. Yeah. I forget, Mel, have you heard the rumor? That's always such a weird thing. It's hard to ask about something like that. Just asking about something like that always kind of betrays some ideas and stuff. Normal type for Paldea. Paldea normal type. I think I give it to Farigiraf. Didn't really like to explore it. I think base game Galar region is like really boring to explore. Most of it is just straight lines except the wild area, which is just a big box. The DLC areas, I had a lot of fun exploring those. They felt like more natural environments. And I enjoyed walking around in those a lot. But base game Galar, and I recently played it again. Why did I play it again? I played it really recently. I needed something. Oh, I was getting the Reggies from Morph. That's it. I played it again recently. And yeah, it's still really boring to play through the main region. But I enjoyed playing the DLC area. Superior had Contrary and Contrary's busted. Yeah. I wish it made Malamar busted, but it doesn't. One of your favorite Dragon Ninja in 3 was Altaria. Do you dream of sleeping on one? Altaria is so fluffy. There's a life-size Altaria plush, and I wish I could have it, but it's like $500. Alright, let me restart here. Legendary Sword and Shield, base care them, find them super forgettable. Yeah, I think they're just kind of bland. I don't love their coloration. I don't love the design. I mean, like, more than Object Mons. Oh, let's go. Xenoblade music. People clown on the object mons. I think the weirder thing is Pokemon that are holding a man-made object. And I think Zacian having a sword is just like really weird. I don't love it. And there are exceptions, right? Like in the context of like Honedge, that's a ghost possessing a sword. So it's not the same as it just carrying a sword. But Zacian just having a sword is just weird to me. Oh, come on. Can I pay attention? Why am I struggling all of a sudden to keep track of what Pokemon we're getting? It's because I'm yapping too much. Okay, it was Gligar again. Man, I love Xenoblade too. You guys don't understand how much I love it. But yeah, not wild on Zacian. Okay, fire type from Paldea. I could pick Funny Moth again, but it's got to be Skeledirge. Skeledirge goes crazy. I love Skeledirge's design. Just a wolf with a sword in his mouth and they call it a day. Like, yeah. I don't know. I think it would have been more interesting if it had been incorporated into, like, its claws or something. It had, like, sword-like claws. The fact it just carries a sword just looks really awkward. It just doesn't do anything for me. That's why I ended up, that's part of why I ended up with Shield, actually, was I thought that the Shield main was better integrated into the character design than the sword was. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, water type from Paldea. Ooh. Hold on. What do we have on Dragon? I need to double check that. What are our options for Dragon? Okay, yeah. Definitely on water we're picking Tatsugiri. There we go, Tatsugiri for Sushi Day. I'm excited for Sushi Day. I hope you guys are excited too. It's gonna be a fun shiny hunt. We're gonna shiny hunt the silly sushi guys. I've been planning this for literally a year. Sushi Day is in June. I don't remember the exact date. It's either June 18th or June 8th. I think it's the 18th. Yeah, June 18th, 2026. I'm looking forward to it immensely. Is it going to ultimately be that interesting? Probably not, but I've been planning this for a year, so. I made a custom background and everything for it. Oh, okay. I almost knocked over my water when I tried to pick it up, and I freaked out, but I had the cap on it, so it was good anyway, but it still scared me. One of the best things of the franchise, and they never use it ever again, to find it a big shame, is riding Latios or Latias in Alpha. Oh, thank you for the snack redeem, Brisk. Thank you, thank you. How about a Clementine today? Is that okay? Although I did have a Clementine yesterday, but is a Clementine alright? I have one here already, so that's why I ask, but if you want me to get something else, I can. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they never brought back Soaring. I mean, we kind of got it in the DLC with Scarlet and Violet. It's not quite the same, but I think it's okay in Scarlet and Violet. What else is there? I have some beef tender bites, or I've got a Rice Krispie treat. And also, thank you for the hydrate. I'll drink real quick while you decide. Rice Krispie? Okay, 1 second. I'll have to get up and grab that. That's the only thing I don't have with me. Ow. Don't drop that. Sorry if that was loud. I almost knocked over my controller. What the heck is this? Oh, it's from Mario Wonder. I haven't played Mario Wonder. Okay, I was confused. White and Black 2 side quests are the best in the franchise. Oh yes, I love the missing transceiver side quest. That is one of my favorites. I had such a thing for Yancey and Curtis back in the day. They were so cute. They were cute, and I like to pretend that we were going on a cute little Ferris wheel date, and they liked me, both of them. It was a little obtuse. I think they went a little overboard on making it hidden, but I think that was one of the best side quests they ever implemented. That one was super cute. I loved that one. And that was, I think, the only way to get a Togepi in Black and White without transferring one from the previous games. So that's cool. I love Togepi. There you go. All right, I got the Rice Krispie treat. There we go. Thank you for the snack redeem, Brisk. I just horked down that entire Rice Krispie. In the wheel, you were just like, kiss already? I mean, I think they didn't want to force it on the player, but they could have made it an optional thing. The one true Het gem is player X, either Yancey or Curtis. But if they wanted to be extra based on the remake, they could make it so you choose which person you get. There's another Gligar. Let's go. Pokewood. Yes, I love Pokewood Studios. I'm so shocked. I was shocked when I learned most people hate that place. I was like, that was one of the most fun things they added. I got every single ending. I grinded all of them, including the weird endings. I loved Pokewood Studio. That was so much fun. The Prince outfit was my favorite. Prince Nate was my favorite design. And that heavily inspired my early channel design and everything. The Prince Nate outfit from Pokewood. A Munchlax? Get out of here, dude. What is this? It's from Dylan's Whirling Western. No, apparently it's from Sun and Moon. It doesn't sound like Sun and Moon, but okay. Paniola Town was one of those towns that I left as soon as possible, though, because I remember not liking the music, so maybe this was why. I'm not usually into the Western vibe, even though I used it a lot in the Colosseum video. All right, favorite grass type in Paldea. Who's our favorite grass type? Diplin. Oh, we got Ogerpon. Oh, dude, we got Girlypon here. It's got to be between Girlypon and Meowscarada. I think if I had gotten my Naturia Beast inspired Pokemon for the starter, I think it would have been the Naturia Beast one. But between Meowscarada and Ogerpon, I think I give it to Ogerpon. Let's go Girlypon. Never understood the hate for it because it's just awesome, fun to do and figure out the puzzle. Yeah. Part of it is probably because the game does force you to do one of the movies as part of the main story. I know a lot of people, especially Nuzlockers, complain about that, but like, skill issue. Don't lose your Pokemon, you don't have to redo that part. I think if they made it optional to do the first one, I think people might have a bit more of a positive perception of it. But because they just want to go and they don't want to interact with this side mode, and it forces you to, that probably makes them not like it. Like, imagine if in like Ruby and Sapphire, they made you do a contest before you could progress. I think people would be upset about it. But I love Pokewood Studio. It's genuinely goated. You look dramatic when you ride your horse in the sunset. Is that so? You ever ridden a horse, actually? I rode a pony and it was not very comfortable. I didn't even ride a full horse, it was just a pony. Favorite electric type? Wow, Paldea. Oh wait, Paldea does have Pawmi. Pamo ta Pamo. I do wish Palmot's line, like, Palmot's line did not need to be a 3-stage, you know? This could have been a 2-stage. Just cut Palmo in the middle out, and this line is better. But I did like Palmot. Ice types. Well, this is pretty easy. I only like one of these. And then fighting types. Ooh. I could actually see Koraidon. I could see Annihilate. I could see Slitherwing. But it's gotta be Iron Gender. Iron Gender is so cool. Look at Iron Valiant. Like, how can you not like Iron Valiant, man? What a good design. You've ridden a horse a few times before? Nice. Was it painful for you as well? Reminds you of a mini story arc in Alpha and Omega. More or less an idol with your Pokemon. Yeah, with the you mean when you do the contests? I'm so excited for when we start the contests for Tenchibi. More involved with horseback riding, but you're not that rich. Yeah, that's fair. They are not cheap. Yeah, my mom and my brother rode an actual horse, and they could not walk afterwards the next day. Alright, favorite poison type from Paldea? I think I give that to Clodsire. I could also see Iron Moth, but let's be real, Iron Moth is mostly being carried on... I care less about Iron Moth for itself, and it's being hard carried by Volcarona. But I could also see Mega Dragalga there, but I gotta give it to Clodsire. Clodsire is really cool. Actually, Clodsire goes in ground. Let's put someone else for poison. I could also see Glamora. Glamora's kinda cool, but... I think it's Dragalga. Alright, flying type. Oh... It could be Mega Clefable, or it could be Mega Dragonite. I think I give it to Dragonite, but Clefable's very close. Okay, this is Psychic. I always forget that Screamtail's a Psychic type. That doesn't feel correct. But that one's easily my friend Malamar. And then Bug type is easily Slitherwing. What is this? Is this Wii Sports? Some Wii Sports music? Oh no, it's Yoshi's Woolly World. Oh. Interesting. I don't know if you guys would ever be interested in me playing Yoshi's Woolly World. That game made me like... It was like super chill at first, but then by the end I was like actually upset. I was like, I want this game to be done. It has overstayed its welcome. I was like so ready to be done with it. You really like the contests? Yeah, I loved contests. Someone said they should make a contest-themed rhythm game as a spin-off, and I was like, oh my god, yes, please. Just make a cheap spin-off game for like $30 about contests. I would absolutely buy it. Doesn't even have to be good. I want more contest stuff. Let's see, for rock, it's gotta be Donkey Kong trapped in a pyramid. I love Garganical. That's a silly guy. And then this is ghost types, huh? I'll admit, Goldengo grew on me. I didn't like Goldengo at first, but it's grown on me. With that said, I think I give it to maybe Ceruledge. Ceruledge is really cool. And then over here on Dragon... I'm gonna put Hydrapple, I think. I also like Tatsugiri. I like Koraidon. Miraidon's alright. And I also like Mega Dragonite, but we put Dragonite and Tatsugiri on already, so I'll put Hydrapple, I think. Alright, and then Dark type. Now, see, here's my choice. Dark type is my chance to put Meowscarada on the list. But also, I love Mega Malamar. I know I've already got Mega Malamar on here, but it's okay. I'll put Meowscarada. Because I think Meowscarada or Malamar also probably shows up in the favorite gimmick Pokemon section. All right, favorite. This is Steel type. Let me see. It's probably between Goldengo or Tinkaton. Let me check the Fairy type. I think Fairy type I give to Mega Clefable, and Steel type I give to Tinkaton. There we go. Eepy boy. Eepy morph. If you gotta take a nap, if you gotta go get some sleep, I totally understand. But thank you for being here, Morph. Either way. And that was another Sandshrew. Your mom signed you up, you and your brother up for a week horse camp so you could learn of horses. Instead, you did a bunch of random stuff that had nothing to do with horses. Was she mad? Did you tell her? Was she mad? My parent, or my grandmother would have been mad if she did that and we didn't end up riding the horses. Favorite starter. Sprigatito. And then this is favorite regional or favorite gimmick form, which is also my goat Malamar. I love you, Malamar. You're so cool. And then favorite legendary. Ooh. Do I spread the love here? I already put Girlypon on the list. Terapagos is so funny to me. Terapagos should have been a slam dunk. It has the lore tie-in. It has, like, conceptually a cool design and a cool gimmick. But then it just isn't cool. I don't know what happened with Terapagos, but when I think of Terapagos, I just, like, don't care. You'd think that being the hidden treasure of Area Zero and being like a key part of Kieran's development and everything, you'd think that Terapagos would be way cooler than it actually is. I think I give it to Koraidon. Like, I could definitely say Ogerpon, but I've already got Ogerpon on the list, and I don't like Ogerpon so much more that I want to give it 2 slots. But Koraidon... I ended up liking Koraidon a lot more than I expected. I'm going to give it to Koraidon. She was mad and immediately let you quit. Understandable, yeah. Alright, Munchlax. Get out of here, Munchlax. We don't want you. I wouldn't be surprised if Munchlax ate my shiny already. Alright, who's my favorite Pokemon on this list? I think it's my friend Malamar. What a weird group of Pokemon on my favorites list. We got Flareon, Togetic, Ralts, Togekiss, Whimsicott, Gardevoir. Very clear fairy bias. Minior, Raboot, and Mega Malamar. What an interesting lineup. Alright, and then the top of all time. Top normal type. That's Eevee. Top fire type, that's Boosta. Top water type, ooh. That one's a little trickier. I could definitely say Azumarill, Milotic, Empoleon, or Showers, but I think I give the slight edge to Showers? It's very close. I think it's between Showers and Azumarill. I think it's between those two. It's very close. Grass is... I think Grass... Oh, is it Decidueye or is it Whimsicott? That's hard. Hold on, what was that? I saw it and I almost said it out loud and then I didn't, and I regret not saying it out loud. It was Gligar, okay. I don't know what it is today. I'm just like blanking on Gligar. There we go. Who do I pick? Tentatively, I will put... Oh, that's so hard. I'm gonna tentatively put Decidueye, but like it's close between that and Whimsicott. Electric type... I think it's Saunders pretty comfortably. It's like Saunders or Xurkitree, and I think I like Saunders more than Xurkitree. When things make her mad, such as your previous work, she doesn't shy away from telling others until she's finished. Ah. It's good she stands up for you guys. You always find Blue one of the boring rivals of the franchise. Not the worst, because How is not bad. How is just a guy. I like How. Who do I think is the worst rival? I don't know, man. Every rival has something I appreciate about them. Objectively speaking, the worst rival is Trace. I don't even hate Trace, though. Like, Trace is, like, fine, but he's very bland and inoffensive. Yeah, Trace is the one from Let's Go. I think objectively, Trace is the worst rival. He's just blue, but bland. He has none of the edge that made blue, like, even remotely memorable. I cannot believe you think... Like, I don't think blue is the best rival, but I'm shocked you would put him as the worst. Or one of the worst, rather. He's rude, insults you, lose every time, never learns anything. Yeah, that's the point, though. He acts high and mighty, and he always pushes ahead of you. But he's always losing. Despite how he talks down to you, he's always losing. And then he ultimately gets humbled. He doesn't learn anything from any of those losses. And he gets humbled at the worst time, right after he gets the championship win. As soon as he takes champion, he gets humbled instantly because he didn't learn anything from his journey. That's what makes him an interesting rival, I think. But no, I don't hate Hao. Desperate for approval and attention because family disregards him. Yeah, that's another layer to it. And then he has like good post-game character development. I wish you could say that about other rivals, but it's mostly just because they don't get glazed like Gen 1 does. You know? Wally came back as a partner in the battle tree, but he didn't have like character development there. He just was there. He's like, hi, I'm here. I wish Wally had like a little mini arc in Sun and Moon, you know? But like most of the rivals just don't get like extra spotlight to grow. But that because of that, Blue does have that as a distinct advantage to his character. Gligar. Later on, he's on his honeymoon, true. Hop deserved better. He was just a less likable Hao. Yeah, I think Hop would have landed a little more if he hadn't come right after Hao, who has a similar arc of like, you know, not being the best and kind of being sidelined as your main rival and kind of being in the shadow of like a family member. But Hao is a little more upbeat and easygoing about it compared to Hop. But like Hop has a good arc. It's just like it felt a little too repetitive right after Hao, I think. And also, I think it's very funny that they try and convince you, like, Hop spends the whole story getting absolutely dog-walked, getting flattened on his face, and then at the end, he gets chosen by the other dog, and I'm just like, why is he the chosen one? Like, why does he end up with this legendary? He did nothing. I'm like, if Leon ended up with it, if Beatty ended up with it, I'd like, yeah, I understand that. Hop ending up with it is just like very odd design choice to me. Because like the whole thing is that he's trying to prove himself and he doesn't. So then him suddenly being the potential trainer, he's the potential man of Galar and has the legendary all of a sudden, feels like it completely undermines what they're going for with his character arc. Of him not being the most unique, the most special, and having to cope with that. And then he still gets flattened even with the legendary, which I guess at least reinforces the idea that he just kind of sucks as a Pokemon trainer. They hand him a legendary for free and he still gets absolutely smashed. Alright, Sandshrew. We had a 1888 Sandshrew, which repeating numbers are always funny, but You make Wally move to Ore because the warmth helps his illness. Oh, that'd be cute. Wally would totally chill in Agate Village. He'd be chilling with the grandpas and grandmas in Agate Village, and he'd be learning from Egan. Absolutely. Marnie would have been a better rival. Marnie is frustrating because she's almost interesting, but she just isn't. They don't do anything with her. Aside from, like, yeah, she's the quote-unquote, like, kind of leader of Team Yell, but, like, Team Yell isn't interesting, so... I don't know. Marnie feels like she could have done something somewhere. Because he's so skilled. Precious because he's so shy. Aw. Shauna is underappreciated. I like Shauna. I actually like the X and Y friend rival group. But, like, they don't do anything. They're similar to Marnie. They don't get to do anything. And part of it is definitely the fact that there's, like, too many of them. Tierno could be cut because his Pokemon dance gimmick doesn't make any sense in Kalos at all. He was born to be an Alola, and he just wasn't. Very sad. So Tierno should have been cut, and Shauna and Trevor should have been combined into one character. Because, like, you could have just had one smart rival. Because, like, Shauna's, like, she helps at the end by opening a door, and she says, "It's because I like puzzles." But, like, that isn't represented in her character, like, at all. But if she was the smart rival who was trying to complete the Pokedex, that would at least make sense. So I think cut Tierno's character entirely, roll Trevor and Shauna into one character, and just have those have that one character plus Callum or Serena, whoever you didn't pick, as your two rivals, and I think that would make the friend group for Kalos a lot stronger. Hi Joe, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. What's up? We're yapping Pokemon. What's up? You want to like her so much but feel painfully neutral on her? Yeah. And that's the other thing. I actually like the Kalos friend group designs. I think it's a very fun cast of characters design-wise, but they just don't do anything. They never get to do anything, and it's just like a waste. It feels more like an annoyance every time they pop in. Like, they're supposed to feel like they're on a journey with you, right? But they're not so constantly there that you feel like you're journeying alongside them. But they pop in too frequently to the point that it gets annoying. So it's just like a very weird middle ground with them. I wish I liked the Kalos friend group more than I do. Because, like, conceptually they're cool, but, like, execution-wise. Kalos motto, though. Cool concepts, execution. Hold on, let me scroll back up. Lurking. Hope I'm having fun shiny hunting. Yeah, thank you, Joe. We're getting some good encounters, and we're also doing a Pokemon favorite of each type picker on the side. So that's what we've been working on while I yap. You don't have that much of an opinion on Marnie, but you think her design is okay. People really like Marnie's design. I also think her design is just, like, okay. The thing that I don't like about Marnie, what throws me off, is I hate the shaved undercut on her hair. It looks really awkward. I don't inherently like that hairstyle. Like, I think that's an ugly hair design IRL as well. But on the Sword and Shield model, it also just looks really awkward. So that does not help my opinion of her, in addition to the fact that she just doesn't do anything. Tierno's character is just there. The manga gave them things to do. Oh, did the manga actually do something with them? Yeah, the manga continuity is weird. I tried to read the manga and I just couldn't get into it. There was one, it wasn't the main Pokemon Adventures manga, but there was a manga for Diamond and Pearl that I actually liked. It was like a separate continuity from the main manga, but other than that, I just can't get into the manga. But yeah, poor Tierno. Born two generations too late to do contests, one generation too late to do Pokemon musicals, and one generation too early for Z moves. Why was this dancer-themed character introduced in the one region with nothing related to dancing? I don't understand it. Alright, Sandshrew again. I should do a tally on our encounters, but I'll do it in a little bit. We're almost to 1900 Sandshrew, so maybe when we hit 1900 I'll tally it. Alright, favorite ice type. That's Glace. That's Glaceon. This is so lame. I'm gonna put the Eevees as my favorite of each type. Alright, favorite fighting type. Dascalade, easy. Favorite poison type, that's Toxapex. Favorite ground type, what's my favorite ground type? Yeah, when I do think of ground type is one of the ones that I like the least overall. I think I pick Gliscor as my favorite here, though. Alright, favorite flying type, that's easy, it's Togekiss. Favorite psychic. Ooh, okay, this one's actually hard. Favorite psychic between Mega Malamar, Espeon, or Gallade. I should have put Ralts in psychic. Hold on, I had Deoxys listed as favorite legendary, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, I'm changing that. That's Ralts. There we go. I put Ralts for favorite psychic. Alright. Oh, there's a Trapinch. I didn't even notice. Let me add that to the counter. There we go. They finally did thing with them. Oh, they finally did a thing with the friend group. Gotcha. It was really cool, even if the protagonist team is absolute garbage with no synergy. Yeah, that sounds like the X and Y experience. Your rival's team in X and Y is like, what? What are they doing? It looks like one of the teams I throw together when I'm just like messing around and I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna just use five or six Pokemon I haven't used before on this run. Because I'll do that. I'll just pick 5 random Pokemon that have no synergy or anything. Overlapping types doesn't matter. Just because I'm like, I want to use some new stuff. Ugh. In my most recent, in the recent run I did of the Japanese Ruby, I was running Cacturn. That was interesting. It wasn't good, but it was interesting. Oh, they can all Mega Evolve, but it's still once per team. They were born too early for ZA. Unfortunate. All right, favorite bug type. Oh, that one's easy. That's my goat, Volcarona. Favorite rock is Minior. And favorite ghost is Dusknoir. I love that thing. I love Dusknoir. Cacturn deserves an Evo. Yeah, I don't remember if you were here when I was talking about it, Mel. I think they should have put Cacturn in the rock Pokespot. I think instead of Sandshrew, the common encounter for rock Pokespot should have been Cacturn. Or it should have been Cacnea. That would have been hype. Even a regional form for Cacnea that reallocates its stats would be cool. It doesn't need balanced offenses, just lean into one or the other. Put those stats somewhere else. Hackrom called Pokemon Stars serves as a sequel for Sun and Moon. Ah. Yeah, I remember back in the day everyone thought Pokemon Stars or Pokemon Eclipse would be the third version. Ooh, favorite dragon type. Who are we picking for favorite dragon? I think it's Altaria or Rayquaza or Garchomp. Who do I pick there? Slight Edge Altaria. That one, that's another one of those where I could, depending on the day you ask, it would probably change. You ask me tomorrow, it might be Garchomp. Who knows? Alright, favorite dark type. Umbo. And then favorite steel type. That one's Mawile. Favorite fairy is Easy Togekiss. And then favorite starter. I already picked Eevee, so I'm gonna give this one to Rowlet. And then favorite gimmick form. That's my friend Malamar. And favorite legendary is Arceus. Although Mega Diance's also really close. And then the favorite of all time is Togekiss, of course. There we go. So there's our completed chart, but there are a few more things that it asks down here, like favorite Alcremie and favorite new evolution. So let's scroll over and get those. Oh, it wants us to make a team. Oh no. This is gonna be a bad team. We'll do that last, I think. That one's gonna be a little more overwhelming. Grab your iPad. 1 second. Let me add Sandshrew to the list. There you go. When you grab your iPad, you'll doodle an adult Wally face. Oh, that sounds cute. You love Garchomp. You always put the same 4 attack Swords Dance for Boost Dragon Claw, the Stab, Earthquake, and Poison Jab. Yeah, understandable. Garchomp is pretty cool. I love the fact that Garchomp can do like full physical Swords Dance, but it can also do like wonky things. Back in like Gen 6, I was running like mixed attacker naive Garchomp, and that was fun. You ran like Fire Blast to hit Skarmory and stuff. Cool stuff. I always like it when a Pokemon can run like a mixed option. Like, it's not necessarily their go-to, but you can catch people off guard by running a mixed set. That's always fun. He's gonna be cute. I believe you, Mel. Is Mega's less powerful? Yeah, I'm curious what Garchomp Z is gonna look like what its ability is gonna be and everything. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just Levitate. Favorite regional bird? Who are we going with? Who's my favorite regional bird? I think it's Fletchling. Though Hoot Hoot, Starly, Pick-a-Peck, and Wingull are also kind of up there. They're all kind of cute. Alright, favorite regional mammal. It's Sentret, Zigzagoon, or Bidoof, I think. I'm surprised they don't count Lillipup here, actually. Lillipup should count. Where's Lillipup? I guess they're only counting ones that evolved twice, except they've also got Galarian and Zigzagoon here, so... I'd pick Lillipup, but it's not an option. I think I give it to Zigzagoon. Pickup plus the power of sacrifice. Favorite regional bug. Who do we pick for regional bug? I could see Wurmple, Swaddle, Scatterbug, Caterpie. I like butterflies, in case it wasn't obvious. Even Grubbin is actually kind of cool. Factoring in evolution, I think it's Scatterbug. Not counting evolution, I think it's Wurmple. I give it to Wurmple. Favorite pseudo legend. Ooh, this one's hard. Top 3 are Garchomp, Dragonite, and Metagross, I think. There's another Gligar, by the way. I think I give it to Garchomp. Favorite Pikachu clone. Oh yeah, I saw this one when I was looking at this picker earlier the other day. This makes me mad. Mimikyu is not a Pikachu clone. It is not an electric rat. It is not a Pikachu clone. I know, oh, but it pretends to be Pikachu, but that's just it. It's pretending. It's not actually a Pikachu clone. It is not an electric rat. It does not belong in this group. And in fact, I feel like we're even stretching the definition here. Pichu and Raichu also do not count as Pikachu clones because they're Pikachu evolution and pre-evolution. They make me mad. That is this does not fit. All right, and Pikachu himself is not a Pikachu clone. Pikachu is Pikachu. He's not a clone of anything. For my favorite of this list, though, I'm gonna pick Palmot. Let's go Palmot. Silly guy, punch things. Punch all the people who think Mimikyu's a Pikachu clone, because it's not. Mimikyu picked up a costume of an Eevee, would it be an Eevee clone? No, because it can't evolve. It can't evolve into a bunch of different things. It misses the whole point. Would people say it's an Eevee clone? Someone would. They'd be wrong, but they'd say it. I'm opinionated about this. Alright, favorite evolution. Again, Eevee is not an evolution. Eevee is Eevee. Evolution are the things that evolve from Eevee. Hence, the Lucian from evolution. It's Booster. Oh, and favorite fossil, that one's also easy. That's my goat Rampardos. I love him. Rampardos is so cool. Favorite regional form. Ooh. That one's trickier. There's some good regional forms. Who are we picking? I think my most consistently liked regional form is Ninetales, though. A lot of good regional forms, though. Also, everyone hypes the Johto part of the second generation. It's always really nice. Go back to the previous game. Johto is just a boss rush. Do you mean Kanto? I don't think Johto is the boss rush portion. But yeah, I don't care for the Johto games. The Kanto revisit takes such a toll on Johto itself as a region. It makes the level curve all wonky. The Pokemon distribution's all out of whack. It just, I don't love it. My Heracross says it all, yeah. That was also like 20 years ago. That was exciting since Gold Silver was when they were gonna end Pokemon originally. I don't know. I think that's a mistranslation. I think that came out that was a mistranslation. They weren't planning to end the series. They just didn't know where it was gonna go afterwards. But I don't think they actually intended to end the series with Gold and Silver. I'm pretty sure that ended up being a mistranslation. I want some Splatoon music. Which one do I want? How about an hour of exciting and cool Splatoon? Oh, but that's 4 years ago. I want something more recent. I want one that has... Yeah, I'll just do this one, sure. Not a fan of Johto, but you love Suicune. Alright, yeah, we'll get some Splatoon music. Let me know if it's too loud, though. Alright, think the one good thing from Johto were the Pokemon. Yeah, Johto has some good Pokemon. I've come around to them a little bit more. Okay, they're a little loud. There we go. Hopefully that's a little better. If I need to lower it a little more, I can. I think Johto has a problem of being overly reliant on the Kanto Pokemon, similar to like Sinnoh, where it's got like half its dex as evolutions. But Johto does have some good designs. I've come around on them. It's got the Togi line, it's got like Houndoom, it's got Scizor. You know, there's good stuff there. Tyranitar, Umbreon, Espeon. Yeah, true on Red being kind of overhyped. Red does Red does kind of live on that nostalgia hype, I think. His team is super weak to Stealth Rock. That's what he's got that's what he had Espeon for, but for Magic Bounce, he was thinking ahead. But then they took his Espeon away. Alright, favorite Gigantamax. That's such a question because I don't care about Gigantamax that much. It's Eevee. Favorite baby, it's Togepi. Although Cleffa is also pretty cool. I like Cleffa. Elekid is actually pretty cool design-wise. Ozreal's pretty sick. Badu is cute. Toxel's even kind of interesting, but it's gotta be Togepi. Togepi's got Nepo baby status from Brandy. And it's the original baby, right? You gotta put some respect on its name. Remember not paying much attention to Houndoom. Yeah, I legit thought you were gonna claim Houndoom in the XD playthrough. Biggest complaint about Red is that he's named that and his eyes aren't even red. It's because he has eye drops. Naming your kid Violet and they're blonde. I mean, to be fair, you know, Violet is not in real life, that's not a naturally occurring hair color. In the Pokemon world, it absolutely could be, but... You always find weird is how all over the place the level of the Pokemon trainers are. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Pucciano is too cute. Ah. Thinks color name should correlate. If Brandy had a color name, what would it be? Would it be Sky? I actually thought about that. For Rei Tenchibi, another name that I considered was Sky, but it was going to be spelled like this. That was a consideration, actually. Alright, favorite box legendary, it's Arceus, by technicality. I love that Arceus is here, but Arceus is not even on the cover of Legends Arceus, right? I'm pretty sure. So calling him a box legendary is like kind of fake. Yeah, he's not even on the cover. But Arceus is my favorite of the ones presented. Although Reshiram, Dialga, Giratina, Rayquaza are all up there. Favorite mythical. Also Arceus. Although Mega Diancie is up there. Favorite Ultra Beast, let's go. That's my boy Xurkitree. Favorite Paradox. Yeah, Paradox is also interesting. I like Miraidon. Miraidon is alright too. I love Slitherwing. But I gotta give it up to Iron Gender. Iron Valiant is too cool. Favorite type. Easiest fairy type of my life. Fairy type, best type. There's another Gligar. And then favorite Pokeball. Favorite Pokeball is interesting. There's a lot of good ones. I think most consistently I like Dive Ball. I almost put Togetic in the Dive Ball, actually. Favorite Spinda. What is my favorite Spinda, guys? I like that there's a randomize button. That's not my favorite Spinda. No, that one's not it. That one's kind of cute, but no. That one's kind of cute. No. Where's my favorite Spinda, dude? We're gonna click this until I find my favorite Spinda. Look at this guy. Hold on, I'm gonna take a picture of that. That is not my favorite Spinda, but it looks very silly. It looks like he's wearing a wig. Weird argument to say how powerful Red is. Takes down Team Rocket, completes the Pokedex, and can capture Mewtwo. I mean, like, I kind of agree that a lot of the later characters have way more impressive feats. That is kind of fair. Munchlax. Which pro tag has the greatest feat? Like what is their best thing that they've done? What's the most impressive? It's like I'd almost say like maybe Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. You not only stop the you not only quell the super ancient Pokemon that gets awakened, but you also go to space and stop the meteor. N? You think N has... You think N does the most? I'm not sure on that. N kind of gets bodied. It's like in terms of the coolest things any pro tag does, it might be the Ultra Sun and Moon pro tags who go into ultra space and everything casually. But like, that's a really cool thing they do, but like at that point the Pokemon that they're fighting aren't necessarily a threat to the region or anything, so I'm not sure if I count that. But meanwhile, the meteor that was gonna wipe things out in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, or in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire That could have been like an actual threat to not just that region. Music feels silly. This is my Splatoon music. I love Splatoon. You'd also get bodied if you were raised by Getsus. If I were raised by Getsus, I would be the one doing the bodying. I would trample that man. You don't think of the pro tags enough? Yeah, I know not everyone's a huge fan of them. I love their designs. Pokemon pro tag designs are usually pretty solid. Oh no. Thanks, Brisk. Yeah, thank you, Brisk. I don't know what that was for. Elio and Sun and Moon just travel around Dimension to fight Ultra Beasts. Yeah, like I think that one's up there, but like after Necrozma stole the light from like Solgaleo or Lunala, it goes off to Ultra Megalopolis and it just kind of does its own thing. So it's not really necessarily a threat anymore to you. So although I guess technically if you save Ultra Megalopolis, then you save 2 worlds at once. So maybe that's the greatest impact that a pro tag has had. Maybe. I guess you could also maybe argue X and Y. Like, Lysander's kind of a bum, but he was about to do... Like, he's about to wipe out life on Earth, more or less, with the ultimate weapon. So maybe that's an impressive. I don't know. Doodled Wally. Nice. Yeah, the pro tags have names. Hilbert is the most unfortunate name. It's sad. I love Hilbert's design, but... Bro, what? Hilbert? Hilbert? Unfortunate name. Yeah, Elio. He was in a Disney movie recently. Getsus was an interesting antagonist, even if you find it a shame that he was lying. Keep his vision of capturing is bad and Pokemon should be free. Yeah, I can see that. Getsus just turning out to be like kind of comically over the top evil kinda does undermine the interesting question that Black and White was posing, which is a little unfortunate. It's like they kind of just couldn't commit to the idea that, you know, maybe catching Pokemon isn't always a good thing. So instead they were just like, well, actually the guy who's presenting this argument is super evil and you shouldn't listen to him. Okay, let me pull up the calculator so we can see how far we are now. Oh wow, we've been going 4 hours. Yeah, my throat's starting to feel like that, actually. 1241 plus 548. 1789. Geez, we're 110 away from the Sandshrew. 3690. Nice. Oh, wrong thing. And then once we add the Munchlax in, that is an extra 397. 4,087. Oh, wow, we passed 4K, and I didn't even notice. We're almost to 4,100. Let's go. Oh, 4096 is when we'll hit half odds. Very cool. Okay, favorite Vivian. Vivian is so cool. Like, underrated Pokemon. I wish it was better. I love Vivian. Its patterns are so cool. My favorites are the marine pattern, the icy snow pattern, the tundra pattern, and the meadow pattern, but they're all good. I'd give it to tundra though. Tundra's my favorite. My favorite Alcremie is Rainbow Swirl. And hold on. Go back. What was this favorite new evolution? Oh, that's easy. That's Togekiss. Bias. Alright, that's a Sandshrew. You want to squash Adult Wally's cheek? All right, team. So we're picking our six, like a team out of all these goats. No legendaries because they're lame. Togekiss has to be there, of course. This team is not going to be designed for synergy, okay? Let me just be upfront. This team is designed for cool factor. These are the Pokemon that represent Brandy, okay? These are Brandy's favorites, Brandy's best. Where is Minior? There's Minior. Instead of picking between Gardevoir and Gallade, I'm just gonna cheat and I'm gonna put Iron Valiant. Aqua and Magma team was also interesting with their objective. Well, I mean, the whole point is that they were misguided, right? And that's why I actually like Magma as the main villain team better, because I think Maxie has a better point that, you know, humans and Pokemon are like land-based Pokemon could be running out of space. So expanding the land makes sense on paper, right? Like, he ignores the fact that, like, yeah, that's gonna have devastating consequences for the climate and everything. But at least on paper, I can see where he's coming from, right? But Archie's argument makes no freaking sense. I'm like, what are you yapping about, bro? He's like, oh, well, water-dwelling Pokemon need the sea to live, so we're gonna make more sea. I'm like, bro, the ocean's big. They don't need more space. So Archie as a villain just makes no sense at all to me. Whereas Maxie, it's like, okay, you're wrong, but I can see where you're coming from. So I much prefer Maxie villain and Archie supporting role over Archie villain. All right, who are we putting in the third slot? Where's Toxapex? I want Toxapex in here. I'll get Volcarona as well, actually. I know I'm gonna want Volcarona on here. Again, this team is not going to be designed to be good. It's just Pokemon that I really like. Alright, who's in the last slot? I feel like I should get a grass so that I've got a fire, water, core. I mean, the obvious answer in the last slot is Whimsicott. Ooh, but then I don't have a Mega. I should have a Mega on the team, actually. All right, Mega Malamar. There we go. There we go. There's our completed team of favorites. Again, not designed to be good, but, you know. It's not the worst team either. I didn't just pick a bunch of baby Pokemon. All right, Sandshrew. That was fun. I liked doing this big Pokemon picker. It was a lot of fun. Let's download the image. Let me make sure that it downloaded properly. Yeah, there we go. Cool. And I will post that in the Discord server after stream. So if you guys want to see the whole list, you can see it there. Gonna take this song to add to the disco. Which one? The one that's playing right now, or was it the last one, Brisk? He just wanted to compete. Oh, the previous one. Let me check which one that was. I think the last one was Sandcastles Phase 4 from Splatoon 3. I'll send you the name of it so you can look it up. I think that's the one you were talking about. You always find Archie's reaction when his minion told him it's raining. It's raining really a ton. Creates tsunamis. Yeah. Yeah, either one of them are caught holding the idiot ball, or both if you're playing Emerald. But like, I think Maxie being misguided and just being like, yeah, I wanted to make more land for people to live on. I didn't take into account just how bad Groudon was going to make the environment. I find that one like a little more believable than Archie's motivation. Which is funny because Archie is the one that I find more likely to make a stupid mistake like that and just ignore all the issues. But at the end of the day, they're both better than Chairman Rose. They could have prevented all conflict if they just kissed. True, they'd be too busy. They wouldn't have time to make trouble. That's how we're gonna rehabilitate criminals, really. We just need to get them on Yaoi time. Or Yuri, you know. But if they're busy thinking about that, they won't have time to commit crimes. Huh. Actually, is Lusamine still our only female lead antagonist? Like, I know there have been, like, other female antagonists, but not, like, the main villain, right? Like, obviously, there's, like, Commander Mars, but she's, like, an admin. She's not the main villain. I'm talking main villain. Is Lusamine the only female main villain still? I guess how much of a threat do you take Team Star as? If you really take Team Star as a threat, then I guess maybe Penny. I don't. I don't consider Cassiopeia as a main villain, but I guess maybe the Professor. Oh, that was not Trapinch. That was a Sandshrew. There we go. Yeah, maybe the AI professors, maybe Cassiopeia, depending on your definition, but the only, like, truly, like, going, like, intentionally to cause issues villain, I think, that's female is Lusamine. It's like Cassiopeia was like not intending for things to get that out of control, and the professors are just kind of a whole different mess. So. Oh, welcome in Lazy Stuff. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Love this game, playing it on the Switch. Let's go. Trying to get a Timid Eevee. Just any TV, Timid Eevee? TV? Yeah, Timid Eevee. TV. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Yeah, we're shiny hunting for a Rock Pokespot shiny. Hoping for either Gligar or Trapinch. We are at over 4,000 encounters now, so halfway to full odds. It's been quite a while, but we've been doing this on Sundays and trying to get our shiny. Also, Splatoon 3 lobby music. Incredible, I love it. I think this one is Soak and Stomp, right? Yep. This is one of my favorite lobby tracks, actually. I'm so excited for Raiders, guys. It's gonna be great. Time to color already, Mel? Jeez. I'm so jealous of how fast you can work. Also, I'm jealous that you can actually draw properly. I was trying to draw Jovi. You saw the work in progress I was doing. I was trying to draw her, and it's just not coming together the way I want it. She looks really awkward, and I can't get the eyes to look good. I'm trying to do like a more like traditional anime style eye, but it just doesn't look good. Still haven't had a femboy in Pokemon. Remember when people were really confused by Grusha? Good times. I was really excited for Grusha, and then I just didn't care for Grusha that much. I think as a character, Grusha is kind of interesting, but like I get why Grusha is characterized the way he is, but he's just kind of off-putting. He's a little too mopey. And like, again, I get why, but like it makes it hard for me to be like, oh yeah, this is like a character I really like, you know? Hold on. Yeah, just any Timid Eevee? Gotcha. You want a good nature for it to be Jolteon. Ooh, let's go Saunders. Yeah, on this playthrough, we went with Flareon as our starter. But I let chat vote for it, and they voted for Flareon, but wouldn't have minded using Jolteon. That was your goat back when XD was new. Nice. You forgot Grusha exists? You're screaming over Rika? Fair. Rika is a very cool character. Rika is very gender. I love Rika. She's cool. Think for you the worst and pretty useless as an antagonist. Unclear on motivation is Lysander. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like Lysander. I never had issues with him. I thought he served the antagonist role pretty well. I think the bigger issue is just that, like everything else in XY, it's just kind of underbaked. I think the building blocks for Lysander were there, and it just needed a little bit more fleshing out. You love Flareon? Yeah, Flareon is so cute. Flareon went from being like my least cared about Eevee to being my favorite. I really love Flareon. He's a little guy. But all the Eevees are super cute, right? So There's no bad options there. X and Y were rushed. Yeah. That was X and Y is where I point at as the start of like where Pokemon just started getting pushed out the door too fast to really give their ideas the full time they needed. Like, I don't think X and Y are bad games. I don't think Sun and Moon are bad games. I don't think... Okay, maybe Sword and Shield are bad games. No, even Sword and Shield, like there's potential there, right? But they're just constantly pushed out, which is why I'm really hopeful that Wind and Waves having an extra year is going to be like really good. Because like ZA took a little bit of extra time, and I think ZA was really solid. Like, I know not everyone agrees with all the choices they had with it, but I enjoyed ZA a lot. And I think it felt pretty improved in a lot of ways. So I'm hoping that Winds and Waves will be even better. It has me cautiously optimistic. I think it's also really funny that every other fandom, their game gets delayed and they're like, oh no, but I wanted it now. And then Winds and Waves was delayed, and almost universally everyone was like, oh my god, thank you. Thank god, please take extra time. We want it to be good, please. Also came out right after Unova. Yeah, true. Lysander was Gen 6 Brisk. Oh, Lazy Stuff already answered that, sorry. I was just reading down the list. X and Y had so much potential, so many things they never got to use. Yeah, like the whole power plant area that got like criminally underutilized. That one sucks. I would have loved to have like a post-game power plant exploration thing. Because the concept art for the power plants looked sick. And I think they even used it in the X and Y museum, right? Lots of cool ideas that just unfortunately didn't make it in. All right, let me do another tally. How close are we to 4096? We might have passed it already. 550 plus 1244 plus 1910 plus 397. Oh yeah, we did pass it technically. So we are over halfway on our checks to full odds. Although that is skewed by the Munchlax, because Munchlax is very odd in this. The Munchlax can't be shiny because you can't catch it or anything. But the Munchlax can appear on a shiny frame, where you would get a shiny if it weren't Munchlax. I don't fully understand it, but I like read about this. So technically we could have already found a shiny, but Munchlax overrid it. And so instead we got the Munchlax cutscene instead, which is silly, but with any luck we have not missed a shiny. Of course there's no way to ever know, but unless you have like the code pulled up as you're doing it, but we're not doing that. Yeah, shinies in Coliseum and XD are very odd, and there's a lot of confusion about it to this day. Like, a lot of people are still, like, very insistent that when you catch a shiny, it will go back to being normal, which isn't true. Except, I think, in, like, the one case being the shiny Hitmontop. I think that's, like, the only time that would be true, but... It's a big jumbled thing. I think, actually, there's another instance of it. If you didn't catch the Pokemon the first time and it was shiny locked, it was like, oh, it's a weird thing. I don't know. I think there's like another exception with like catching a Pokemon in Coliseum, failing it, letting the opposing trainer get it back and do a rematch, and then it's shiny for them on the rematch. But then you catch it and it's not shiny, but it's weird. Don't worry about it. The gym leaders of Callus are really cool. You love them. I wish Kalos gym leaders got to do more. They're just kind of there, unfortunately. Which is a shame. A lot of them have good designs. And there's Olympia. I don't like Olympia, but all the other ones I kind of like their. Oh, I also don't like Clement actually, but I like most of their other designs. I think I might have just summoned Morph with that. Morph is gonna come in and start yelling at me about Clement. Morph #1 Clement fan. Never shiny hunting. Splatoon music feels very dancey. Splatoon music is very interesting. I like it a lot. It's kind of all over the place. It has a bunch of different like inspirations and stuff. The silly squid music. Which one's Olympia? Olympia's the psychic one. I don't like her because she comes out like she's just there. What is her like, why does she look like that? What is the story behind her design? Like, we never find out what her like profession is, and like, so she's just kind of dressed like that for no reason. And I'm just like, oh, what's your goal here? Like every other gym design or gym leader in Kalos, like you can kind of see what like their deal is from their thing. But with Olympia, it's like they were just like, she's a psychic, so she looks like this. But like, what's her story? What story does her outfit tell? It doesn't tell one. Them making Clement and Bonnie main characters in the anime was a choice. Exactly. I'm so perplexed by it. It's like, why them? Like in the actual games, they have nothing going on. So why did they choose to make them of all characters like these standouts in the anime? What if you picked up Splatoon and played it? I mean, you could. I don't think you should pick it up just because it feels dancey, because you'll probably be disappointed by it. It's not a dancey game. Unova gym leaders are the only ones that feel like maybe you should fight the antagonist to protect the region. Yeah, Unova gym leaders stepped up. But only one time. The second time they were like, nah, I'm too busy. Team Neo Galactic was running around, or Neoplasma was running around. They were like, you know, my schedule's kind of full today. You know, I was gonna go get groceries. Can't do it. Can't help. Sorry. Yeah, I wouldn't mind her design if it was like relevant to anything, but we get no lore on her, so she just ends up looking very, like, her design is very out there with like no reason compared to everyone else whose design is pretty grounded for that region. So she sticks out very much, in my opinion. Yeah, the Kahunas did also help with the Ultra Beasts. I love the Kahunas. They were really cool. Stopped watching the anime when 5 came out. I was like, I watched it off and on, like through the first 4. Like I'd catch it every once in a while. I started watching it a bit more seriously again during Gen 4 when I was getting back into Pokemon. But I fell off of it, and then in Gen 5, I watched the first episode where Ash gets demolished by a level 5 Snivy, and I was like, no thanks. It was so lazy to just reset him like that, and I was just like, no thank you. Like, they should have had Ash stepping into a mentor role, if anything. And then later on, I heard they made Alder into the generic old man pervert trope, and it made me very mad. I love Alder. I think he's a really cool character. So him being reduced to the pervert trope was like really frustrating. Like, Alder's my goat. Unironically, I wrote fan fiction about Alder being like a father figure to the player character when I was in high school. I do not have that anymore, so no, I can't share that, but it was him like comforting the player character and being like, oh, don't worry, you're growing, you're getting there, don't worry about it, everyone has setbacks. And Alder just being a comforting father figure for the pro tag, because only one of the pro tags has a father figure. An actual father. So you gotta get those father figures where you can find them, right? So I loved Alder, and when I saw that character assassination, I was so mad. I was like, no thank you. Never messing with the anime again. Pikachu is also the weirdest Pokemon of the franchise. Yeah, Pikachu is very much what the plot demands. It sounds like in later gens they started to be a little more consistent with Pikachu's power, though. But again, after Gen 5, I just lost all interest in the anime. I've seen a few clips here and there, but... Did you guys see the, a few weeks ago, the current anime, what's it called? Horizons, right? They had the one with the guy, the villain guy, who had the Umbreon, and like he broke the Umbreon's trust and the Umbreon ran away, and it was so sad. That one's devastating. I was so sad for that poor Umbreon. Those clips were all over Twitter for me for like a week. I was so sad for Umbreon. You're more annoyed by the fact that they take Iris, who's an awesome character in the game, and transform her into a generic tsundere. Yeah. Yeah, Iris also kind of got character assassinated. Speaking of, Iris, I think still might have the best champion music. I mean, the champion music usually is incredible, so I think most of them can make some kind of claim to it, but if you ask me which one my favorite is, it's still Iris. Iris's champion theme goes crazy. New anime is really cool. Yeah, I've heard pretty good things about it, except apparently the main protagonist girl, what's her name, Laiko, right? Apparently she got sidelined kind of hard for a while there, which is unfortunate. I like her design a lot too, so that as someone just looking in, that just feels like a waste. Like you got this really cool looking character and you just don't do anything with her, like rip. Ursa being a female character, right? Now, if you want to talk about wasted female characters, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has your number. Rip. Do not get attached to a female character in Yu-Gi-Oh! They don't get to do anything. Although I've heard the last two anime were doing a bit better in that regard, but... They always hate the girl lead? Yeah. Alright, let me look. We'll probably go about another 30 minutes or so, and then we'll call it for tonight. Because it is getting a little late. Brandy's gonna have to go find dinner. What's Brandy gonna have for dinner, guys? I might do a skewer. I've got some meat and veggie skewers that I could make. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't mind a burrito. I'll probably do... I might save a burrito and do that, like, tomorrow or something, though. I might go pick up a burrito for lunch. Oh, I'm also going to, when I post the Pokemon favorite type or the favorite thing that we did, the favorite chart. I'll also post a link to it in the Discord server. Yeah, I don't advertise it enough, but if you guys didn't know, we do have a Discord server linked down below. If you want to join, feel free. It is kind of quiet. It's a pretty chill Discord server, but you guys are welcome to pop in and chat or whatever. Share things that you draw and stuff. You'll usually find me just posting pictures of Flareon and Togekiss in there. I gotta post the cute fan art that I see. You guys don't even see most of the fan art that I find, actually. At any given moment, I'm probably just working on something while scrolling Twitter and also looking at fan art. So I'm like pulling up all these pictures of Flareon, and I send you guys the ones that I find especially cute. But I find way more that I don't share. I'll message people at like 2 a.m. and be like, hey, look at this picture of Flareon I found. Alright, another Gligar. Let's go. Yeah, we found a lot more Gligar and Trapinch today. So I was hoping we were closing that gap with the Sandshrew, but they're still over 100 away. Jeez. Akiza in 5Ds. Yeah, she was really cool, but then Season 2, she just didn't get to do anything. Yeah, in Season 2, I felt really... It was really sad because she got sidelined hard because most of the duels were on the dual runner, and they even had her learning how to ride the motorcycle and everything. But she still got sidelined hard for Crow. Really unfortunate. Drawing Wally right now, realizing his hair is a leaf style. Leaf style? I'd have to see what you mean. I'd have to see your drawing to see what you mean by that. I really liked Legend of Korra. I didn't watch it. I just didn't like conceptually the changes that they when I heard about it, that it was gonna be like, oh yeah, it's all modernized and everything now. I just like instantly made me lose interest because it felt like it just lost a lot of the core identity of the series. But I've heard pretty mixed things. I've heard a lot of people who really like Korra. I've heard a lot of people who really hate it. So, you know, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. It's probably not absolutely atrocious, but I'd probably still be mad about it because I feel like it just doesn't live up to the original legacy that the original set. And that's okay. It is something like, it's something I feel like is very much something to keep in mind with a sequel or something, is it will often not live up to the previous entry that you fell in love with, you know? It's hard to follow up an act that you really liked, so. Take the Tales of games, actually. I have not played any of the other games in the Tales of series, despite Tales of Symphonia being like a top 10 game of all time for me. I refuse to even touch the other Tales of games because I love Symphonia so much, and I'm not sure that they'll live up to it for me. I'm just like, man, I don't see it being as good for me, so I'm just not even gonna touch them. It's always a cute Flareon, true. Boosters are very cute. Sleepy text. Yeah, sometimes you you like wake up long enough to send me one message and then you fall back asleep. Main character of 5Ds was hot, send tweet. Yusei is a fan favorite. My personal favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Zexal. I love Zexal so much. It has a kind of rough start, but once it finds its footing, it pretty much goes like really strong to the end. It has like a few minor hiccups here and there, but after those like initial like 10 episodes, it really hits its stride. The one, like the few exceptions are right after the first season, it takes some time to start establishing the main threats again, like the new main threats. So it kind of gets a little draggy there, but like it makes sense what they're going for, so I don't hold it too much against them. And there's one episode in that stretch that I don't care for, and it's one where the robot sidekick for Kite falls in love with another robot, and then he has to duel Yuma to prove his love or something. And that's like the one episode that on rewatch I skip. I'm like, yeah, I don't care about this one. That's like the only episode that I'm like, yeah, they kind of fumbled with this. And like, even then, I wouldn't even say it's objectively a miss. I get what they're going for with it. And it is like kind of a try and like set up this robot character for something important later. I just find the episode kind of boring. So even then, like, it's not terrible, but Zexal's my favorite. You also really like Luna and Leo in 5Ds. Yeah, I liked the twins, and I was sad how little they were utilized. My younger brother actually played a Morphtronic deck like Leo. So I really wanted to see Leo get more screen time so that they'd add more Morphtronic cards for my brother to use. And he never got to duel that much, so Morphtronics didn't get a whole lot. It was really sad. Hate when it happens because you don't mean to fall asleep. No worries, no worries. And never feel like you have to reply to my messages at like 2 a.m. or anything. Like, I know that my sleep schedule is terrible. No one else needs to have a bad sleep schedule because of me. Yusei's awesome. Knows how to ride a cool motorcycle, and his deck is cool. Yeah, Yusei's pretty cool. He's not my favorite, but he is pretty cool. And also, playing the deck, it was called, oh, what was it called? Oh, it was Junk Doppel. The Junk Doppel deck, which was a deck based off of, it wasn't a full-on Yusei deck, but it was heavily inspired by his like Synchrons and stuff. And it ran a lot of the cards that he was famous for using, like Quillbolt Hedgehog, Level Eater, Quillbolt Hedgehog, Level Eater, Doppel Warrior, things like that. Junk Doppel was a really fun deck to play. Or like Junk Doppel Quasar. I think by the time it was the Quasar variant, you just called it Junk Quasar instead of Junk Doppel, but yeah, Junk Quasar was a really fun deck. I loved playing Junk Quasar. Not my favorite deck of all time, but it was really cool to use. All right, Gligar. Zexal had a really slow start and some useless duels. Yeah, the beginning is like kind of the kind of slow part of it, but once it gets past that, I feel like it hits its stride pretty well. But by the time the World Duel Carnival is in swing, it's like from there on, it's almost always solid. Used to be able to stay up until like 4 a.m. Yeah, I used to have a lot more energy. I was able to stay up till I would like genuinely stay up like 2 or 3 nights in a row. But the curse of getting old, right? Now even doing like a whole day kind of hurts my head by the end of it, so Randy needs his beauty sleep. It's not hard to, or it's not easy to be this cute. Yeah, the Quasar Dragon summon was super cool in the anime. Even if the way he summoned it, like the way he summoned it was very flavorful. It definitely was like a representation of all their bonds. The way he summoned it was the most convoluted thing I've ever seen, but it was flavorful. Hello, it's also a Ruby. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening. If I were a cheese, what cheese would I be? I think I'd be a Parmesan. Soft and crumbly and a little bit salty. Just a little salty. Not overwhelming, but a little salty. Thank you for the silly question. That was an interesting thing to ponder. Yeah, I hope you're having a good day and welcome in. The Barian arc was peak. Yeah, Barian arc is like the peak of Zexal for sure. My man Bekta. You like to ask silly questions as the first message. That's fair, understandable. I've seen other people who do that, who just like pop in like, hey, silly question, but it presents an interesting thought experiment for the person, the streamer. That is definitely not one that I've ever thought about, but it was interesting to consider. You have a Munchlax counter? Yes. This Munchlax is a demon. He keeps eating our encounters. I want to see just how many failed checks we had from Munchlax interrupting us by the end of this. Even though we can't actually catch the Munchlax and he can't be shiny, he is still technically an encounter that is ruining our time. I debated pretty heavily about including that, actually. I did consider just skipping it, but for the video that I'm doing, I want to be able to like post like on screen all this data. The funny thing is, compared to the Coliseum video, the nightmarish 4-hour-long Coliseum video that I did, where the Togetic hunt was like a solid like 30-40 minutes of the video. This shiny hunt in the XD video is going to be like a very small thing. It's going to be like 5 minutes max, probably. But when I talk about it, I want to be able to present this data and have it be at least somewhat accurate. I've probably missed a few checks here and there where I forgot to count it, add it to the encounter list, but this should be roughly correct data. And also another Munchlax. Get this guy out of here. Munchlax, you silly little demon. Yeah, unfortunately it can't be shiny. If you could shiny hunt the Munchlax and catch it as a shiny, that would make for a very cool shiny hunt, I think. A Munchlax from the Ore Pokespot would be really cool. I have considered a soft reset Munchlax on the Honey Tree, but that sounds like an actual nightmare, so I'm not sure if I'll do that one. And if I did get that Munchlax from the Honey Tree, I don't think I'd want to evolve it. I think it'd be too special to evolve. You got to about 7,000 resets before your GameCube tried to blow up. Oh no! What happened to your GameCube? I'm playing it on the Wii right now, actually. I think that was a Sandshrew. Yeah, I've got my copy on the Wii because it's easier to connect the Wii to the capture card than it is the GameCube. That's the only reason. I do still have my GameCube though, if I wanted to play it on there. But no shiny though. That's unfortunate. 7,000 resets with no shiny. I mean, that is still technically under odds, but it's unfortunate that your GameCube tried to blow up and no shiny. No shiny to show for it. That's sad. Best tragic duel of the franchise, Jack vs. Carly. Yeah, I remember that one being kind of a sad one. My favorite from 5Ds were the ones with Callan. Callan was my goat in 5Ds. Both of the Yusei vs. Callan duels and then the whole Crash Town arc were my favorite parts of the series. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Is it all right if I call you Ruby, or would you prefer the whole name, or do you have a different nickname? Yeah, if anyone has like a specific nickname, you can always feel free to let me know. I don't always remember to ask, but Ruby works. Okay, cool. Yeah, if I ever forget a nickname, or if you have a nickname you want me to tell, just feel free to let me know. I'll try my best to remember, but it is sometimes hard to keep track of everything. GameCube didn't like you soft resetting. The thing that slides to read the disc broke. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's no good. Yeah, unfortunately these older consoles are, you know, they're having their issues. Although, to be fair, I broke a GameCube as a child from how much I played it, so maybe it's not just the age. But so far my Wii has been holding up pretty well. This is actually my childhood Wii from like, this is like a launch Wii, and it's still holding up, so. To be fair, it didn't get a lot of play for several years, but I'm glad it's still hanging in there. Gave up after that as GameCube is one of your most prized possessions. That's understandable, yeah. When I think of my prized possessions, it's like my various game consoles, my various like Pokemon games, because they're very expensive. Some of my amiibo are pretty valuable to me. And I had this figurine, and I'm so mad because I lost it in the move. It was a figurine of Morona from Phantom Brave that I got from Japan, and it's apparently not that common because I lost it, and I went to try and find another one, and I just can't find another one on eBay, and I'm very upset about it. And I hope that it turns up as we go through the boxes, but that was one of my most prized possessions, and I'm very upset that it's missing. Also, we got Big Betrayal. Let's go. Love this track. Callan was awesome. Crash Town arc, really cool. yeah, I loved Crash Town. And Callan's theme during that arc was so good. Yu-Gi-Oh! Tag Force. I never got to play Tag Force. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Thank you for the head pat, Ruby. The Tag Force games looked really cool. I never got to play them. Those were, I think, PSP exclusive, right? I never got to play those, unfortunately, but I really wanted to. 'Cause I know you could like partner up with Yubel from GX, and I really wanted to do that. I freaking love Yubel. Yeah, I'll probably go about another 10-15 minutes, then we'll call it. Jeez, we're almost at 5 hours. Yeah, I unfortunately don't have Tag Force, but we could actually play World Duel Carnival. I have that on my very real Nintendo computer. Trying to come up with a color scheme for clothes. You hate clothes? Yeah, understandable, Mel. Clothes are one of the hardest parts of design for me. I just don't know fashion well enough. I mean, like, I'll just wear a t-shirt, so, like, fashion is not my forte. Part of what, when we get Brandy 2.0, part of the reason I went with this, I'm talking with the artist that I'm talking with, is they do outfit designs as well as really cute art. Yeah, I shouldn't say that I have anything with them yet, but I'm talking to them. We're in the very, very preliminary stages of maybe working together. We will see. Tag Force are awesome. 1 to 3 is on GX. 4 to 6 is 5Ds. Yeah, there was a while there where we were getting pretty consistent Yu-Gi-Oh games very, very frequently. Like the, I remember like they were pumping out Yu-Gi-Oh games like yearly for like 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011. Like they had those on like the DS or 3DS. And then when it came to Zexal, they stopped, and we got like one Zexal game, I think, and it was just World Duel Carnival, and I was sad. Oh, thank you for the stretch, by the way, Brisk. I did not notice that. Let me stretch. Thank you. But yeah, I ended up quitting Yu-Gi-Oh! During the Arc V era. I was really excited for the anime, but I didn't get... I know it's bad because I say the same thing about Zexal, where it's just like, it's got a slow start, but then it gets really good. I couldn't get through the start of Arc V's anime, which is very unfortunate, because I actually liked the characters a lot. I liked Yuya, I liked Yuzu... Gong seemed kind of cool. I liked his deck theme, and Sora was also really interesting, but I just I lost interest when they started introducing the dimensional counterparts, and I was just like, eh. And I've heard that Arc V is pretty good after that, but I just couldn't get through the beginning. And then shortly after I stopped playing the actual game IRL, once Necros dropped, I played like half of Necros format, and it was just so annoying playing against that deck that I was just like, okay, I'm done. And sometimes I think about playing it again, but A, it's expensive, B, it takes a lot of time, and C, I look at the things that are happening in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm just like, no, thank you. It looks very overwhelming. I'm like, oh wow, they just... Every turn, you just play a whole board in one turn, and that's it, and it's like, eh. But I do still have a very special place in my heart for Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff. Oh no, bad translation on the Arc V game? RIP. Yeah, that'd be annoying. I was watching Arc V with subs, so I don't know what the English translation was like. I don't know what their localization was like. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if that's also what the English localization was like for the anime. Because that was around the same era as Yokai Watch coming out, and Yokai Watch also had that kind of humor for its anime, which was unfortunate. Yokai Watch is a modern day tragedy. The games were so good. The anime was pretty mid. And then it just never took off in the West, and then it got abandoned. And now Level 5 is going on all in on AI slop, and it's just a very sad thing. And it's not just Yokai Watch that's affected by Level 5 going off the deep end. I know a lot of Layton fans are also not happy with the current state of things. And I think the same is also true for the Inazuma 11 fans. I know the least about them because that's a sports thing. I don't know anything about sports. The only sports anime I ever watched, I think, was Yuri on Ice. That one counts as a sports anime, right? I think so. Mentally throw up at the thought of the AI. Yeah, it's a sad thing. Ice skating is a sport. Yeah, I know that it's like technically a sport. It's like at the Olympics, right? But I just know someone would be like, that's not a real sport. They're just skating in circles. That's not a real sport. There's always those guys who are like, that's not a real sport. Basketball and football, that's a real sport. And I'm just like, I'm not invested enough to argue with that kind of person, you know? But yeah, that is probably the only sports anime that I've ever watched. It was the same team that got the translation for the last 5DS game, or 5DS. Yes, my favorite, the Nintendo 5DS. The Nintendo 5, or the last 5Ds game. But fortunately, another team took it and removed all the bad translation jokes. Put a way better translation. It's faithful for it. Nice. That's good at least. Yeah, I'm just sad that Zexal didn't get more games for it. That would have been really cool. Level 5 uses AI. Yeah, they've been riding hard all in on the AI stuff lately. Particularly for that what's it called? It's supposed to be like the Yokai Watch successor because they don't want to make new Yokai Watch, but they want something similar to it. So they're like, oh yes, this is the Yokai Watch successor. It's that, like, it's called like Mystery Horror Mansion or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, very, very just sad. Cause I loved the Yokai Watch games. I only played the first 2. I never got to play 3, and probably that's because they released it after the Switch was already out. Good business decision, dude. But it's just sad. Also, I'm also sad that they replaced Katie as the female pro tag for Yokai Watch. She was like, for the games, like they replaced her with the girl with the glasses. Katie's design was super cute. I was sad. I was like, no, because I had a file with Nate and a file with Katie, because I like both their designs. But rip. Not that it ultimately matters that much. Like, not a whole lot changes based off which one you play, but sometimes Brandy wants to play a game and have a cute little ponytail, okay? That's been like the one good thing about me growing my hair out, is I can put it in a ponytail. Why use AI when you had so many talented artists on your team? Exactly. Very good question. Save money. That's usually what it comes down to. They want to save money. Brandy with ponytail's cute. Thank you, Brisk. Alright, we'll do 3 more checks and then we'll call it for tonight, I think. So let's get ready to wind down. But thank you guys all so much for joining and having so many fun discussions today. We had some really cool talks. There's one of our checks. So there's Sandshrew. And I will post the little Pokemon picker thing that we did. I'll post that in the Discord server after this. I had a lot of fun doing that as well. Maybe I'll try and find some more cool little things we can do on the side while I do the shiny hunting, because that really helped us pass the time while we did these checks. Because I know this isn't the most exciting shiny hunt of all time, right? But I was having fun with it, so. Tomorrow, don't miss the 24 hours stream on Another Code. No, Another Code is Saturday. I was thinking maybe on Wednesday we might do Pizza Tower. We'll see if I can. I do need to get back to having a consistent stream schedule. I've been doing weekend streams because those have been easier for me after the move, but I would like to get back to the other ones. To having like at least one weekday stream, you know. It's just been hard because I've got a lot of projects I'm working on the side, so. Plus all the moving stuff, but I'll try and start getting back to a more consistent, like at least 3 stream a week schedule. We'll see. All right, last check of the night. About to post the colored Wally idea. Nice. Nice, Mel. We'll look forward to that. All right, last check of the night. What do we got? Gligar. All right, no shiny, but Gligar's still pretty cool. Not a bad one to end on. So there we go. We passed 4K checks tonight. We are over halfway to full odds, so we're getting there. So good progress. Thank you again, everyone, for joining and chilling and hanging out. Hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your evening, and we'll try and come back again. I'll try and aim for Wednesday stream for Pizza Tower, but if not, then we'll be back on Saturday for Another Coast. So that's the current plan. I might make a tentative stream schedule and post it in the server as well. We'll see. But thank you guys so much for joining. Have a good night, everyone, and thanks for watching. Bye bye.